How the fuck is it already 5 p.m.? Hi pretty people, I hope you're having a good day. How are you? A whole year.
Hi. I was jamming to Teto. Okay, I was jamming to Teto. Keep it up, no! Anyways, hi, hello, everybody. I hope you're all well. Let me scroll up, hold on. Our level of winner today is Goomber, and I did take my vitamins, so thank you, Doc. Hello, Doc. Hi, Fire. Hi, Haunted. Hi, Quiet. Thank you for a whole fucking year. Thank you. Hi, Mr. Pants. Hi, Kai. And I know... Yep, I was like, I know Junior's here. Hi, Junior. How is everyone? Hi, Steve. Hello. Hello. How is everybody doing? I need to do my little tracker thing. I filled out my my thing for this week. It's pink. I drew little flowers on the side. So it's me. I didn't do this fully. Hold on. Wow. Wow, I don't know my days of the week. I kept on doing it when I was counting. I was like, Monday, Wednesday, no, Monday, Tuesday. Super goes pretty, that's me. Thank you. Hi, Nikki. Yesterday, I think I just passed out. Ugh. Glad you did sleep, but like, that's not fun, Kai. That is not fun. Give me a little tracker. I didn't do any of my weeklies yet. I can do those Saturday. My mom about my infection, she was like, I hope you're not. Why would she say that? Are you not? I hope you're not. I hope. Why would she say such a thing? She would say such a thing. Say it was a journey. It be that way. It do be that way sometimes. I feel like I need more color. Like, why? Yeah, because that's her only thought. Because your brother doesn't exist, so therefore, are you gonna have any grandkids? Like, I need grandkids. It's like you just, there's two. You got a 2-for-1 deal. Stop antagonizing you. I guess let's go here. For some reason everyone's be slow today. What the helly? What the helly? Why are they so slow? Send me the pictures. I wish to see. Giving up on the concept of me having children. Even Kai, even if you did ever want actual children, your body ain't built for that. Your body ain't built for it. So that's good. That you can just buy more plushies. It makes up for it, Kai. It makes up for it. I saw a post the other day that was like, my son came out to me as trans by baking me a blue cupcake, and it says it's a boy. And the comment was like, "Oh, that's cute." And the original poster came back was like, "I thought he was pregnant." You know, I can see the mix up with that one. How unfortunate, but also at the same time, that's really funny. Crunch my legs. How has everybody been doing though? I have updates for you. Where's the... Oh, there's the door. I'd be very confused. Yeah, that's fair. Fair. Actually, like my good. That's all that matters. Kind of want to die. Oh, honestly, mood. I hit EP mode right now. Hold on, sorry. Focusing on. Okay. I focused hard on putting my bracelet back on. Is this on properly? I think it is. Doesn't really look like it. Okay. You know, it's fair. I'm live, streaming. Fuck yeah. Okay, we take that. We take the small wins. I'll have you guys know. I bombed that audition. Oh my god, I did so bad. I did the worst thing ever, and I told myself I couldn't do it, and I let my overthinking brain take over, and so then the introvert came out. And I was like, but it's okay because I didn't really want to do the show. But then the next day, so yesterday, I got an audition that I need to film anyway, so it's fine. Need caffeine? Oh, mood, get yourself some caffeine. Not the yeah, the introvert. The introvert went into the audition room rather than the extrovert. And so introvert does not work well with public speaking. Introvert does not like public speaking, I'll have you know. I do have coffee. I got new coffee. It's from a coffee brand that me and my mom make fun of all the time because its name is Pete's. And one sounds like my uncle's name because he's Pete. But also it sounds like Pete's, like your Pete's. It's so cute. I love it. Your mom would take us through the process. Shaylin, can I implode the termites rather than you implode yourself? What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Fucking hate termites. I'm not gonna eat them, but politely I'm going to threaten your termites that I'm going to eat them. Because I don't actually want to eat them, but I'm going to threaten them to eat them so that they get scared and leave you alone. I'm gonna bite the termites' balls off. I don't even know if termites have balls, but I would. For you, Shaylin, I would. Char edible, I believe? Yeah, I completely believe that. I just don't really choose to want to actually eat them, but I'll threaten them that I'll eat them. Threaten them and I'll make them a nice little saute. Everyone here today is doing generally terrible. I'm in somewhat of a funk, but I need this. See, Steve, I'll agree because I need this funk, this weird funk that I need. I need that because I need to hold on to that emotion and then film my audition after this. Because I need that emotion to do that because it's a very like, it's gonna make me go through it a little bit, but I'll be fine. But I need that for that. So I'm holding on to this little funk. I'm like, you just stay right here. We're not going to let you get worse or anything. It's okay. I really don't care. But then we're just going to hold you to transfer you over there. And then then you're going away. Really be mean to you today? The Sarah roast? I don't know. I might cry. I need that cry later though. So I called my property management company and they sent me videos and photos and now I'm waiting for them to follow up. You're just waiting there politely as everything's spreading like this is fine. Everything's fine. A funk too before all this happened? That's weird. I don't like it. I don't like that we're all in a funk. Is Pete's coffee not an everywhere thing? I don't know. Is Pete's coffee not an everywhere thing? I don't know. I don't really know too much about Coffee Junior. Also haunted, I can take you through the process of how I bombed it yesterday. Yesterday, 2 days ago. We could just man, this is really hard because you're actually really awesome, but like, you know, we could give it a shot to try to tear you down. Worse. My day is honestly not bad. Did wake up still felt like an odd. Come here, Chromie. Need a little back support today. Need to cry for the day. Yeah. Yeah. It's about it's a most of it is an improv crisis line call audition. That's literally kind of what it is. But it hits a little a, a little too close to home. Oh, don't remind me of guys. Just talking about this audition and the concept of it is a little too close to tropics in Japan. It was better. I don't know how. So it's the same ingredients, but it was better. Hey, but they treat their stuff differently. Also, they have really fucking cool stuff at the Starbucks in Japan because of Sakura season. Ugh, I hate it. But yeah, this audition hits a little too close to home where I was like, do you know me? That's weird. Moon, then film the audition success. Yes. Success, exactly. Hi, Goomber. How are you? I don't know why I blinked aggressively. Anyways, my brain was in a fuzz. This is for you, Haunted, because you did ask. My brain has been in a fuzz the past couple of days of learning the Shakespeare monologue, so I haven't been able to focus really on it, whereas the fact of if anybody was talking in the room, I could not focus. And I won't lie, I did not actually practice in front of people, and I am scared of people. Unfortunately, I like performing for people. I like being in front of people, and I love talking in a mass group. but I hate people perceiving me. So usually I balance it out a little bit more, but this time the perceiving, me being perceived and not being confident in what I'm saying overtook, and suddenly I didn't know the monologue at all. I haven't been in an audition room in a while too, so that didn't fucking help. And I haven't seen these people in a while, and that also hits a soft spot of insecurities back over there too. So it's just a little bit of a round of a whole bunch of things. Buying a mug for my mom from Starbucks in Japan. They gave me a free mini iced coffee, inviting me to stay and enjoy the store. It was the nicest I've ever felt in Starbucks. Oh my god! Like obviously, I don't want to support Starbucks. Don't really like them. Also, I don't really like them. Eh. If I have to, especially at work, because we have a Starbucks backstage, okay, I'll go. But like, Miss Brent, eh. Okay, Baby No Money, Depressed Baby No Money, you are my favorite, but like, I cannot right now. But like, I would buy from Starbucks from Japan. I would buy so much Starbucks stuff when I was I haven't been to Japan. If I was in Japan. I was perceived once, 10 out of 10, wouldn't do it again. Yeah, that's how I feel sometimes. The nerves out of the way at least. Yeah, and see, that's something I wasn't doing beforehand too, Steve, is that instead of like hyping myself up like I can do it, I'm fine, I was continuously saying I'm gonna krill. I'm gonna krill myself instead of actually like, hyping myself up, practicing with others. And I'm not confident in Shakespeare. Unfortunately, now I do have the entire monologue memorized and it's haunting me. So at least if I ever go to a Shakespeare audition again, and I have a monologue memorized. Also, I didn't understand the monologue fully too, so that's on me. But that's on me deciding the night before, so I didn't really do research. That one I couldn't help. I didn't really have time. But the You Are Hero mugs. Oh, okay. Those mugs, I won't lie, those mugs are really cute. I just had foot in a Starbucks. Honestly, fire. You're not missing out on much. I feel like back in the day, it was very like I did enjoy a Starbucks because I would go there after school in high school and for college. But now it's just, eh. It did make me fall in love with peppermint coffee. I will not lie. I almost said I will lie. No, I will not lie. But other than that, those You Were Here mugs though, those are really cute. Um, they had a good flavor. Yeah, that's why I'm like I would buy from Starbucks in Japan. Like they have so much more cool stuff. It's same with their McDonald's. Like it varies from like each country. Like certain staples that we have that are popular everywhere else, they have like their own twist of stuff, and I'm like, I like that. To buy Starbucks so I can have the opportunity to not tip the underpaid worker. I just don't like Starbucks. Real. Real. Ever had Starbucks? Like I said, for fire, you ain't missing much, Goomber. I'd rather go to a different coffee shop because I feel like Starbucks is just like Starbucks before was the definition of like good fast food coffee in a sense, but now it's just eh. I'll go there every once in a while because sometimes I go there during like convention season and whatnot, but because I can't go to another coffee shop and sometimes I want coffee or tea. And their tea is really cheap, so that one and it's just you put the tea in hot water. They can't do anything wrong with that, so I'll take their tea. At a one act competition recently, they did Midsummer's Dream, and I understood nothing that was happening at the beginning. Being said, honestly, if you just think of it, it's really okay, Steve. It's really easy to understand once you break it down. As like, just think of a girl being really, at least with Midsummer, when the girls are talking, girls being really over dramatic talking. Because the monologue that I did was Helena's from the beginning of the show. It just sounds like she's talking on the phone to her best friend. Like, damn, this Demetrius bitch. We slept around, and he said, "No, I love you. Oh my god, I'm just gonna be with you forever." And then he turned around and went after another girl. What the fuck? That's literally what that monologue is about. Quiet. You deserve better coffee than Starbucks. So never go to Starbucks quiet. I will force that onto you. You should never, never. You deserve better coffee. All right, Japanese. Ooh, Japanese Pizza Hut. It's pretty bad usually. Yeah. Hey, Pizza Hut used to be really good. I used to love Pizza Hut when I was in middle school, so like way back in the day. I don't. Did that TTS ever go off? Anyways, fuck it up, Haunted. Fuck it up. Gloria's is better. I've never heard of Gloria's. They're not underpaid in other countries. We just hate people here. We hate people. We hate living here. Ever had expensive coffee? Found worth it? That's fair. Honestly, that's fair. Just give it. Okay, so chat cat did not go off. That's what I thought, Haunted. I was like, wait a minute. I don't even remember hearing like a background noise. Don't like coffee? You're not missing much, Haunted. I like tea better, but I do really like coffee, and I have a new coffee here that I haven't drank. Independent places to be fair. That's good quiet. And I feel like they care more about it, but because Starbucks does get overrun by everybody. And I mean that in a way that like you can't really put care into a coffee if like you're having to serve 50 within the 20 minutes. Well, all of my knowledge of Shakespeare comes out of one Doctor Who episode. Hey, that's actually really good though. I like that a lot. For Papa John's. That's fair. I've never really had Papa John's. I prefer Domino's, but that's because of the garlic crust. But I do still love Little Caesars, but because I love crazy bread. That shit's delicious. Fortune Cookie just says there's enough to go around. What's that supposed to mean? Share us some of that food. Give us your food, Junior. There's enough to go around. Give us part of that fortune cookie, Junior. Pass it around. Double it and pass it to the next. They lowered the quality of their ingredients, though. Yeah, that sounds about right. I need, like, right here hurts. I forgot I have a tattoo. I forget. I honestly, genuinely forget I have a tattoo a lot of the time. I don't know if that's good or bad. The one on my side, I do forget exists, but I put it there for that reason. No Papa John's in my country? Honestly, Fire, I can't really say if you're missing out or not. Ooh, dipping. See, a good garlic sauce. Do love that. I love garlic, bro. I love garlic. They're lying. If it's somebody, they're lying. They're lying. They would never lie. Papa John's and Domino's, but otherwise I don't eat. Deal well with pizza. Okay, fair. But the smell just started. No, that's fair. Okay, this is gonna be really specific. I don't know what this smell is. What can it... There's like a specific smell. Oh my god, it was one time with the way warm raspberry tea, like freshly brewed raspberry tea. Sometimes there's a smell in that that makes me want to throw up because it reminds me of throwing up, and I don't know why. So Haunted, I completely get that. I'm gonna fight your tummy though because it deserves to eat pizza and not be like, I get pizzas from a local Italian. Good Italian food since Italians are the biggest non-native to... That's fair. That's also Mexican food, especially where I'm from. A lot of Mexican food. I fucking love it. We have a good couple mom and pops pizza places. They just don't really do delivery. And or is that one close by? Who did we used to buy from down there? There was a good place that was essentially down the street from us, but I don't know if they're there anymore. Smell of whiskey makes me want to puke. That's fair. That's me with the smell of vodka, not vodka. Tequila. But that's because I don't like tequila. So I just don't like it. Alright, Adol, Junior. There was plenty to go around. Your fortune cookie told you so. Big change your meat. No! Kai, I'm just gonna make you pizza. I don't want this, Miku. Do I want that one? I'll deal with Pretty Rave Girl. I can deal with Pretty Rave Girl. They're closed down? Fuck! To go? Can I as roll? Yes. Wow, that got stuck in my glasses. Like, that's how one of your dice got stuck, Junior. Anyways, you got a 12, 14, and I'm gonna make this 11 because that's what's facing me, so you're doing pretty good. Except you didn't share us your food. Can't believe
I
I got
like
stuck in
my people,
glasses.
like I like my coffee. I don't like coffee.
You don't like us, Haunted? No, that's so real. That's I don't like coffee. Okay, first up is Haunted. 9, 13, and a nat 1. I feel like today, like we were talking about, it's a very bad day for a lot of us. But overall, like, you're still good. Today's just a rough day. Next up is Doc. I feel like this is a lie, but I'm going to tell you what it is, Doc. It's 19, 16, and a 14. So I hope it's just the fact that we're here and we're just boosting your mental health a lot. So yeah. Joke was about to be Rachel, no. Oh, the girl. I like my coffee. How I like my men. I love that. I love airplanes. That's such a funny movie. Okay, scroll. Next up is Kai. 19 and a nat 20. So mentally, you're doing good. You do have a 2, and I think that's because we know why. We know why. To fight your body. That was Junior's. We did Junior's. Quiet. Also, have a good day, Junior. You hate us. You're leaving us. Quiet. You got 11, 13, and a 6. So overall, you're doing good. You need coffee, though. You need some coffee. Also, I lost my, okay, well, I didn't lose it. I thought I lost my Lucky Cat on my phone. Came back home, and to describe it, I must use Chozo. It was in my bed. The Lucky Cat was in my bed because the little cord that was attaching it snapped. But I was like, oh, I guess I didn't lose her.
I tried to like women. It didn't work. I never tried men. They aren't appealing.
No, no, that's fair. No, that's fair. I wouldn't suggest it. Hey, coffee! Like my people? I like my coffee. Yummy and sweet and chocolatey and not bitter. That's what I have. I have a Pete's coffee that is. It's a note of. I know it says chocolate. I think it was milk chocolate, some fruit, and something else. So it's a more sweeter. It's very nice. Mm. My wife. Sorry, I had to say my wife. Let me do yours, Goober.
I am starting to
11.
realize dating makes me hate myself.
Okay, okay. One haunted. It's because you learn about yourself a lot when you date because you have to open up and be vulnerable. So like I get that. Also, Goomber, you're doing amazing. You got 11, and then I was trying to figure out what numbers these were. I was like 6, 7. You got a 6 and a 7. 6, 7. I hate that stupid meme, but because of Rem, I love it. I don't like men unless they are Taurus. Oh, or Leon, yes. 6, 7. I should play with Mai again. I should message her. That felt
I
like
can
the
love
I should call
myself
her.
and be alone or love someone else and be suffocated mentally.
I mean, okay, so me and some of my friends were talking about relationships lately, and like it's really hard because sometimes you like the idea of it, but sometimes it's not fit for you, or it's hard to find somebody that'll fit you well of like a type of relationship how you like. So it is very hard, and sometimes at the end of it, it's not something that not necessarily dramatic in sense of oh this can't be. It's like no, you just don't fit well with that, and that's okay. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play. We'll go bonkers when he learns about my role. Good. 6, 7. I drew Rem the other day. While I was okay. By the other day, like I said, I wasn't all there when I went to go do auditions, and by that I was drawing Rem. Um, so I drew Rem at auditions rather than practicing. Won't lie. It's quite fun though. I like my women like I like my coffee. Wrapped in a protective cover, thick accent, and has a shotgun. Damn, what type of coffee you getting? That's what I'm saying on it. What type of coffee you getting? Oh my god. Also, as a quick note of agenda for today, what the fuck did I just see? Sorry. I just got jump scared by my grandma. But my grandma, she's the one who passed recently. But I was like, oh, I just went on Facebook to check the fucking Facebook pages. REM auditions? Exactly. I was talking about do 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 do. I really need a cough. I really need a cough. That wasn't even the good cough. Wasn't even the good cough. When did she get on Phantasmic? I need you to be big enough. Okay, let me not
I like hot
distracted by.
chocolate.
Do love hot chocolate. I almost did pick up. Is that what the coffee's called? The death coffee. Which ones did they have? Yeah, Death Wish coffee. I almost picked up one of those. I decided not to because I also realized it's drinking this one coffee. I was drinking this one coffee. I've been drinking 50-50 coffee. That's half normal coffee, half decaf coffee. So now I'm having one full coffee that is fully caffeinated. I haven't had a full cup of coffee that's fully caffeinated like this in a while. Now you're sick too? No, I'm not sick. It's just I just have asthma, okay? I'm chronically ill. I am chronically ill, Steve, and that sometimes randomly my asthma likes to be like mucus in lungs. Congested. Mucus in lungs. Told you not to buy it? I didn't buy it. I bought Pete's. Pete's! Like little Pete's. Your roles are prophecies. And the next few hours helping my 6 or 7 enjoy shit. Yes, you should go by 6, 7. See, I was literally drawing. I won't. I really. It should have been a tall tale sign that at auditions that if I was talking about just deadlock rather than practicing my monologue, I wasn't locked into the audition. I was locked into deadlock 6, 7. I am a fucking pain of the existence right now. Go back to 50-50. I just like the taste of coffee, but I don't need the caffeine. No, that's so real. I might. Truth be told, I went to an Albertsons, which is a smaller version of my normal grocery store, because I want to say my grocery store's name. I guess it's all over here, but it's not in other, I almost said counties, and I almost said countries, other states. My Stater Bros? I love Stater Bros. Oh, it's not up north, I think. I don't know. Anyways, I like shopping there because there's more. So there wasn't that many Pete's Coffee. So I don't know if Pete's Coffee has a decaf version. They probably do, but I should look. Want to try coffee? I think you should, because we haven't gone to try it at least. Walks like she talks and she talks like she walks. I really want matcha, and that's what I want to be more into than coffee. I'm so happy because the white people, oh my god, Shaylin, have you heard the white people's new obsession? Because Nikki, my certified Filipino, did try it, and I'm like, okay, they're allowed to call it that from this specific place. Everywhere else, please address it by its real name. If they do a musical about deadlock, you'll get that one easy. Yes, please put me as in Rem. I also could be plenty other people, but please, I need Rem. White people? Yes. I'll pull out the TikTok of things to call your white friends. I'm like, I have a whole bunch of names. Anyways, yeah, because they're the white people's new hyperfixation, because it once was matcha, and I'm so sad about that, because they didn't kill off a lot of the plants, but the matcha, the green tea plant, the bush, the green tea bush is really crying for help, because they people start drinking and overproducing so much matcha stuff, and so the poor fucking bushes are crying for help. But hydrate. I'm gonna drink coffee. You should, Quiet. I trust your taste of coffee, Quiet. You got this. The new fixation, and I think we talked about it last time, is ube. And I told Nikki, I was like, I'm so excited for ube being popular because that means we're gonna get more places that have ube. But now I hope they don't kill off the ube plant. They're not gonna kill off my little potato, but I'm scared for it. Because I'm like, can we like things? Okay, it's so bold of me to say, can we like things normally? As I say, as I have a mass collector, as I hyperfixate. But at least when it comes to food products, can we be normal about stuff? Never heard of ube? Ube is a purple, essentially, to describe it, a purple potato. It's a sweet potato, but it's purple. It's very delicious. I do love it. If you ever have a chance to have ube flavored things, do highly recommend it. Now, however, Nikki did say the one from Starbucks, because that's when it's like, it's becoming mainstream. Bang, she bangs, she bangs. She said the one from Starbucks was like, like it is ube, but it's eh. And I told her, I was like, okay, in this case from Starbucks, they can call it what they've been calling it, which is oob. They've been calling it oob. And I'm like, okay, the Starbucks version of ube is permitted to be called oob. But the rest of it, no, that's ube. I don't know how they got oob. Where did oob? Ube? Oob? Sorry, it's such a funny word. I don't know how they got oob. Let's see. Let's learn about the ube. Ube, where come from? Where come from? More than a trend. Oh, I love this. More than a trend. The history of ube and what it means to the Filipino people. I love that. I love it. I could have just looked it up. Would you like this article? Because, like, I know about ube. I don't know its full history. It's from the Philippines and whatnot. And it is essentially best described as, like, potato. It's a sweet potato of some sort because it is a sweet root. Oh, yam. Yam. It is literally purple. It is very beautiful. It is, I love the taste of it. It's very good. The purple guys? Yeah, the purple guys. Them purple guys. Yeah, but anyways, the moral of the story is that the white people have been calling it oob. I don't know how they got that, because you just put oob bay. Just put the end to it. But anyways, the Starbucks version is like, the ube taste is there, but it's not there. You know? Hydra failure, Toad! No! That energy makes my heart feel like a panic attack? No, that's fair. Oh my god, I am haunted by my middle school classmate that called the language of the Philippines. He called it tag along. And it haunts me to this day. It haunts me to this day. I'm trying to find, like, I should just look up, like, fun facts. Fun facts about ube. Adobo. Oh. Ooh, it's rich in antioxidants. Source of vitamin A, vitamin C, vitamin E, and potassium. It improves gut health. The deep purple color has a chemical that helps with cognitive health. Very versatile in a wide range of culinary uses. Yeah, because it's used for sweets. Obviously, also used for, like, drinks. It's a sweet potato, yeah! It's my purple ground plant. That just popped in my head. Drink iced coffee, panic attack. Drink iced coffee, panic attack. There's different types of ube. I just can't believe they call it oob. I don't know how they got oob. I'm like, what other? Oh, halo halo. Halo halo is really good. I must message my Filipino. The babies. Oh my god, they are like not bald, but they are bald. They are so cute. After stream, I will show mother their progress. They look so cute. Anyways, my fellow Filipino. Oh, I forgot a letter in there. I don't know how I want. Hello. Oh, Reynard! Reynard! I know you! Oh my god, I know you! Oh my god, no way! Is that the hit streamer, Reynard? Oh my god, no way! Oh my god, yay! That's good though! Progress! Welcome in, Raiders.
Hello, Raiders.
Okay, it
My
worked.
name is Sarah. I'm a variety streamer. We do
Fuck yeah,
mixed
fuck yeah,
bag
fuck yeah.
Mondays, Farmly
Good.
Friendly Wednesdays, and Horror Thursday. Roar, please join us on this wild ride we call life. Hook, hook.
Roar. Also, hi, Turnip. Hello, I'll do your role in a second, but hello, Raiders. Hello, everybody. My name's Sarah. We play a lot of horror games and farming games here. I have a full cup of coffee that's fully caffeinated, so I'm gonna go crazy, and I do feel my heart in the sense of having a panic attack. Anyways, during guys' coffee, I have a panic attack. We're playing Resident Evil. Oh my god, I almost said Resident Evil Visage. Visage is a different game. Resident Evil Requiem today. We're gonna finish up the game and then we're gonna play some farm. So if you want any of that, stick around. If not, we're yapping right now. I'm messaging my Filipino, my my local Filipino that I want halo. Farm. Yeah, because I do still want to play farm. Oh, I do have an update about tomorrow's stream. Kai, looking at you. Are we still good for Resident Evil tomorrow? Because if we are, I'm going to be an hour late because I forgot I have a dentist appointment in the morning. I need to figure out how to confirm that. I have a dentist appointment literally when I start a stream. Oh, I didn't actually listen to the we might call my dentist office right now. Okay, so it'll just start an hour later. I'll make an announcement probably in the morning. But yeah, yes, I do remember that, and I have it written down literally in my next week. When did I wrote it down somewhere. Did I think about writing it down? I wrote it down somewhere. Last week's was Resident Evil with Bear. Don't roll at the same time. I don't profit. Motherfucking cross platform. And a monster waiting for my lunch to get here. What are you having for lunch today? Also, Reynard, I hope you went to go take care of yourself. You better take care of yourself. I love you very much, and I hope you had a good stream and everything.
He is the best.
We do love Bear. Anyways, for the rest of you Raiders, hello, hi, welcome. We learned about Ube. I'll also do Turnip. I need to do your role in a second. Atone for the sin of Oob. Anyways, yes, I want your countrymen's food. Okay, we go eat good. Ooh, not so good on the exam tomorrow, but good luck on that. I wish you luck. You'll kill it. Eat the exam. Eat it up. Bean and rice burrito smothered in. Oh, I love chili verde. Oh, I love chili verde. I'm cooking dinner. What are you cooking for dinner? Haunted? What are you? I'm sorry. I can't say what do you
real.
Without thinking about smiling friends. What do you think about it? What do you think about my penis, Charlie? What do you think? So I'm not okay. Be back. Gonna go be unstinky. We do not want a stinky bear here. Go be unstinky. Have fun. Have fun being unstinky. We love being unstinky. I do want some good Mexican food. I won't lie. Yay. We have some of those exotic foods that are local state farm, Filipino, all that stuff. And then I tried the Filipino stuff this summer. Oh, yes. If you need any recommendations, Steve, ask Nikki. She's Filipino. She will tell you everything. Ube is her favorite thing, and so it's so hard to find ube anywhere because usually it's at boba shops. A lot of time they do have it, but not every boba shop. There is a cafe in LA. I don't know if it's still there, but it was called the Purple Cafe, and it was literally a whole bunch of ube flavored things. Fucking magnificent. We went there years ago. I want to say 2018, years ago. But yeah. Say ask me. I can give you some things. I love ube. Halo halo is really good. That's all I can really tell you. Lumpia, any lumpia. I fucking love lumpia. That's what I grew up on in middle school because one of my other Filipino friends from that time, every his birthday was in the summer, so we would have a beach day for his birthday, and his family is essentially my family. So funny because if I talk to them still, it's very much like that. So much food, so much food. So I'd always have lumpia and I would always be so happy. In Minnesota, anything other than a hot dish, pizza, German stuff is exotic to us. Fair. That's a lumpia stand there. Yes, lumpia is really good. Essentially, the best way to describe it, because it is similar to that. It's deep fried, but it is like an egg roll type. Similar, very small, not big like Chinese food egg roll. Half that size, still really good. They have a couple of different meats they'll put in it, but still really good. I don't know why I have this out. I don't need this out anymore. Mexican food, I got you on that. Mexican food, I feel like some Korean food because I've eaten a lot here. I can also tell you good stuff for that. But bubble wrap, no. No, literally. I think we had bubble wrap at work last time I was at Marvel. And I was literally popping some of it, and then I walked to each one of my coworkers, all of the rest of the coworkers in the room. I was like, "Do you want to pop one?" And each and everybody was like, "Yeah." And they popped a couple, and I went to the next person. "Do you want to pop some?" I even went to my. It's so funny because she's my friend. I went up to my lead, and I was just like, "Do you want to pop some, Julia?" Yes, I know I have to wait until August though. I doubt we have any Filipino restaurants around here. Honestly, I don't even think we have a full Filipino restaurant. We probably do somewhere, but not as much. I didn't do turnips roll. Turnip 15, 17, and 13 because you're having chili verde. Like chili verde sauce. I love chili verde. Da-da-da. Okay. So cute. The best human for offering bubble wrap to people? Yes. I also like to clean vigorously. So there was one time, I think it was my other friend who was lead, and we didn't have a lot of people, and so at one point she left me in the room alone because she said, "No, you don't. If you don't want to cover lunches, you don't have to go." Everybody said they're fine. I was like, "Okay, I don't want to go," and I said, "I'll vacuum the room though." So I vacuumed the entire room. I cleaned that shit. It's probably really dirty now. I don't know how often people vacuum. Truth be told, that vacuum's awful. It's awful. Thanks, boo. I got you, boo. Hopefully lunch is good. So much bubble wrap because I'm like, yeah, as it should be, as it was well taken care of. Dig through that fucking trash. Don't dig through the trash, but like, bubble wrap. It's bubble wrap. Yes, we need it. Okay, closing the messages. That was an atrocious burp. I don't know where that came from. I want Winnebago. Winnebago. We have this one food festival. I think it happens like twice a year. Um, the main one is mainly during summer, and it is the night market. I think it's 926. It's some numbers. It's a night market, but it is a whole bunch of street food. So it's a whole bunch of street vendors. A lot of it is mainly Asian-based foods, which is great. Some of it's are other things and whatnot. So fucking good. I love that place. You do spend a lot of money, and it is so hard too because you got to balance it out so you don't eat a lot from one stand because it's just a food market. It's not like you're going somewhere and you can eat a little bit and then go work it off by walking around different places and then come back and eat more. I look really tan. It's just food. They do now have some other vendors that sell like merchandise and whatnot. Some of it you have to be careful with because I'm like, I don't like this. But yeah, oh my god. I always get Nikki usually gets the grilled squid, but I usually get grilled, I think either beef or lamb because the lamb is really good. But the shit's, oh my god, the seasoning on it fucking delicious. I have gotten the last Japanese festival that we went to here. I got, I think it was chicken. It might have been pork. I think it was pork still, but it was a pork katsu sandwich. Delicious. That shit was so good. Damage I caused yesterday? Yes, I want to see what they were dramatic about. I get it's protocol, but like, it really didn't seem like you did much. I gotta breathe, bro. Maybe I should just take my inhaler so my lungs open up more. The options, you know? What did you say? Ooh. Okay, putting it on the list to go try. There go. I'm trying to think of other food related things. We have so many like where I'm at is a lot of oh yay. And let me look at the picture first. Do 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 do. That looks so weird. I guess like it is damaged, but like it's not the worst, but like okay. It's also the fact of like the line of business you work in, like things are gonna happen, you know? Okay. Ooh, I love skewers. Skewers. Oh my god. Good wish gonna learn the blender and shit out, my friend. Good luck with your 6'7" friend. 6'7". Good luck, Umber. What did Doc do? Doc imploded. No, Doc did not implode. Doc just did little damage. Been little hell, yeah. Good luck, Goomba. Speared a buggy door. You speared a whole door. It really isn't that bad. Oh, it's string there. It could have been worse, type of thing. You still did do damage. Well, like, it happens. It happens. It's like, oopsie, I didn't mean to do this.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I'll just need to take moments and actually breathe because I have the bad habit of talking so fast that I don't breathe and then my heart rate goes up. Not that I try to get sent home for it. It's like when you try to get in trouble in class, it's like, fuck. I just wanted to go home. Please send me home. Understandable. I want 404. 404 is a good song. What was I gonna say? I was talking about food. Oh, my area that I live in is a lot of Hispanic foods. Oh, we have so many. But you go out towards where I work or by Disneyland in that area, you get a lot more Asian food over there. In LA, you get everything in LA. You get everything in LA. It just depends on what insert place and then town. Like Chinatown, Little Tokyo. Little Tokyo's a little different, but it's Little Tokyo. You just go to whatever section you get that food there. You got Koreatown. Those are the main ones I go to. I actually don't go to Chinatown that much, but it's right next to the Mexican street there that we have, and that's right next to the Union Station. So I've walked past it because I try to go to Little Tokyo. So it's right by it. Koreatown, I go there all the time because of K-pop. Also, they have a lot of good food. I'm telling y'all, if y'all ever come to LA and you need recommendations, I got you. I got you big time. I got you big time. Don't you worry one bit. I got y'all covered, okay? If I don't know it, Nikki probably knows it. We go to LA a lot. Or we used to. We used to go to LA a lot. Now, unfortunately, she works. And we're broke. Well, she's broke. I would say I'm broke, but I don't go anywhere. So I just kind of keep my money. I will say, as I didn't have money yesterday when I went out shopping, but I needed my moisturizer. And then my mom bought me a dress because just don't get sick on me. It's so true. I was having like an awful time during that time turn up. It was awful. And then the last time when Tori was here, I was going through it mentally because that's when I was doing fan and I was so exhausted, mentally drained and tired. And unfortunately, she was mentally drained and tired and didn't have a car too. So it was just a bad mumbo jumbo of plans. It's all the way over there and I don't want to get it. I'll post. Okay, so it's just gonna sound even worse though. But it is a lovely little pink floral, like vintagey type pink, like muted pink. Because we are wearing all the girlies for my grandmother's funeral are wearing pink. So I'm very excited. It's very nice and refreshing. Because I mean I love wearing black. Do have a lot of black clothing. Surprisingly, do have a lot. But I'm like, no. This ear infection feels like it's in my brain. Ew. Don't get a brain infection. Don't do that. I don't recommend that. Can't say that's a fun experience. But also on that note, Doc, you're twinning with Nikki. I'm pretty sure she also has an ear infection. Because she is in the pool constantly. Why that bitch playing fucking Valorant? You in it when you wear it? Possibly, because I will literally be at a funeral, so I don't know if I will post pictures of that, you know? I did buy this really pretty nail polish. Very nice. I have it on my fingers because I painted them pink yesterday and I put it over it. Very nice. It is making me look really tan though, and I realize that now. Also, it's been fucking summer here now. So I've tanned really fast. I've tanned really fast every time I go out skate. There, I'm gonna blow my shish move. Yeah, Texas. Alright, finally. 3 weeks of sick when I drew the line. Yeah, that's not good. Being sick for that long. Sorry, I got a text message. Oh, I needed to listen to a voicemail really quick. Hold the front door. Not call. Let me see if I can confirm my implantante. A pompante. Party. Ooh, the OC Japan Fair. I don't like that it's called Japan Fair. When the hell did this take place? How do I take a screenshot? That's the one that I went to last with Nikki. Who are they gonna have? We got some idol groups playing. I think the last time she went to one of these, she saw Lady Beard. Love Lady Beard. Japan Festival? Yeah. It's the spring one. They usually always have a lot of performers. The Angels? Like the whole baseball team? Okay, I want you to know that like they have like the whole schedule, and as you can see the little pictures, it's like the picture of the group or something related to it. It says for the Angels, it's just a picture of a baseball. Like not even like their logo or that, it's just a baseball. Okay. I guess the Angels will be there. Nails look good. Wrapped around. What do you think I meant, pervert? A bouquet of flowers. Hell yeah. Okay, no, I don't need a. Oh wait, what's that? Oh, Showtime schedule. Ooh, they have a lot of idols on Friday. They have a lantern release. I don't know who any of these people are. I probably do, actually. Not though. I just can't read, truthfully. Going back to my mission of confirming my appointment. Because every time I've gone to confirm appointment, I have not been able to. Oh, the funniest thing about, oh, my mom said I should buy that Nami wallet. And by that, she said, I don't think you need another bag. But the wallet. So I took that as, yes. Is that around? I have not bought the Nami thing. I do have Nami other stuff. I do. Around my neck is just my son and my tree of life. And then I got Psyduck. I do want to buy the Nami wallet though, because what's a good, like, can't show that. My Indiana Jones wallet is very large. Like, it's probably just as wide as this, and then cut this like a little bit in half. So it's like a long boy. Oh, Nami over the mummy. Oh, but maybe I buy the mummy and Nami, like the two wallets, because the mummy wallet is like a card holder. It's like a very thin one. Sorry, bleeding. Loungefly. Whereas the Nami one is a full wallet that zip close, and I do like that. It's just smaller. Because, like, let me show you my wallet. Let me show you my examples of wallets. You disgusting. I can't say disgusting either. I just think of smiling friend. Disgusting penis. Disgusting. What do you think? Anyway, so this is my Indiana Jones wallet. It is very full of coins. You can see it. It's getting so beat up. But like it's a very like big wallet. Yeah, you can see anything. This is this is my old school. It's not even where I live. My fucking old ID. It looks so awful because the picture is like ski. I do love this wallet. It has a lot of things in it. What is this? Round one. I have like a whole stack of things in here. Are old pictures there? Yes. Yes. So like this is my main wallet that I have around, and this is what I want to replace with the Nami, because like I don't know. This is just very big and I do like it. But like sometimes I want a little bit smaller because this thing's heavy. This is the Harry Potter one that I use. It's completely empty right now. It's like just a little card one. So it's a very like small little wallet. But this is what I take to like concerts or certain events when I don't want to bring this Goliath. So I switched to this, which is very small. So like when I go to Ren Fair, I'll switch to this and I'll just put a little bit of cash in that. And then I just usually bring my one card and then my ID and insurance card. But it has like the little symbol there as that. I think I got this back in high school. Simple and easy to carry. Yeah, that's why I do kind of want the mummy one. It is similar. It is still a little bit bigger than this. This is probably still my trusty handy dandy small wallet. But like this is just so fucking chunky. I do love it because Oh my god, you can see how beat up the freaking Indiana Jones is on the back. Like, this is just like dying. The color's wearing off and everything. You can see where like it pokes out here from cards, so the paint there is like ripped. It matches my Indiana Jones bag up there. My big backpack that I have up there is the same exact one for this, because I bought them together because it is a whole set, because I do love Indiana Jones and I'm sorry, I needed it. I do agree that I don't think I necessarily need that Nami bag, because it's another backpack and I don't really want more backpacks. And it's cute, but I'll just get the wallet, you know? But yeah, this is my favorite little wallet. Do love these for concerts and everything. So that's my wallet situation. But also, $40 for a wallet is kind of crazy. But it's because you're buying from a brand. It is a bigger wallet, so there's a lot of, like, in a sense, of detail and work put into it. And also, the IP too, so it's a one-piece one. It's not just big company original design. Big company, different fandom, and has a lot of detail in it. It's really cute. I do love it. Oh, is that so? Did that song make it on here? Oh, it did. 9:25. That's not bad. I have a wallet for every mood and situation. Truth be told, I do switch my wallets, so like it is entirely true. What did I have before this? Hold on, what wallet did I have before this? I'm so curious. I actually don't remember what I had before this. I have another cat wallet that I think I might have switched away from, but I don't know. Cause I keep my old wallets so that I switch them. I just have one wallet. I use it until it falls apart. Then I buy a new one. No, that's fair. That's a good way to use wallets. I do treat my wallets kind of like my purse, and I will say it with what Steve said. It's kind of that. You have the different moods and or like the different events. So I have the small one and the big one. I had another one. I wonder if I threw it away because I've had some that are very worn down. I used to have this old Naruto one that I really loved because it was a very hard case one. Crunch my legs again. How long has it been? We are gonna play Resident Evil Requiem today. So Steve, as you have not played it yet, we are at the end of it. So don't spoil yourself. I haven't opened it up yet though. Seems to have lasted the longest with Legend of Zelda wallet from GameStop. I love that. Okay. We can trust Legend of Zelda. I wonder what I had. I think I just used my I think the small Harry Potter one is the one that I've used for a while that I wanted a big one again. I'll just see myself out, yeah. Because I realized what time it is too, and I should play some because I do need to record an audition today, and I think we're playing Baldur's Gate tonight. I haven't responded to that, but I think the rest of them want to play. But I do need to record an audition today. Good for me that I'm in such a funk. It is really good though. Really working so good. Ow. Oh man, I need to transfer my money so I can buy the ducks too. I calculated how much I needed to move. Cause stupid shipping, but it's not that bad. Maybe I buy multiple ducks. Let me look at that again. I was looking to buy roller skates yesterday. Restore window. Ow. I was looking to buy roller skates. As you can tell, my screen's really bright because I brought them back up. And my mom was disgusted with the price. And I'm like, roller skates aren't cheap. The two that I was looking at, the one I'm leaning towards is $229, which sucks. The other one is $149. There was another one that was $169, but I'm kind of like, a little bit more on those ones. Are these wheel sizes different ones? No, I think this is the wheel size that I use. But one of them's pink and like white, and I think I want to get that one. There's a purple one that's nice, and the other one's up lilac and like bubblegum light pink. I don't need that. But I really want a new pair because mine's dying. And I have my other skates. I wonder how much those skates cost. I don't remember. I would love another pair of Moxie skates. Ooh, those are pretty. But I don't need another pair of quad skates. Roller skates. I had the Lolly Outdoor Complete. Outdoor Complete. Yeah, those were $400. My stupid little Molly skates that I love dearly are $400 because it's real leather and it's really good quality skates. I wish I could get another pair, and one day I will, because I'd be so interested in getting the one of these. Yeah, the jack boots. The jack boots are more secure around the ankles, so you can do a lot more like if you want to do flips and whatnot in the jack boots, you can do that. Ready to ship. But it's nice you can buy the I want customizable skates. I just want the jack boots. Boot only. Let's see. Let's do jack boot too. I don't know the difference, but I want to see how much it costs. Let's get pink. I guess it is just, yeah, it's the boot only. I wonder how much are the, I don't know, these skates are so much, but I do love Moxie skates. They are quite nice, but I do want new inlines. I think we're gonna start up Resident Evil now, so I can start getting through that. Let me like change the things here. I can go on about roller skates so much. I love roller skates so much. It's been so fucking warm though. Like it's supposed to be spring, and you're telling me we're hitting a 90-degree weather? Let's have 5 wheels. How many do mine have? What am I looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 wheels. I am tempted to go down to the 3-wheel, but it is a big difference for the 3-wheel and what I have for the 4-wheel, but because the wheel size is different. Oh, I see. Okay. I do like the 3 wheels, but those wheels are just so much bigger. I wonder if I have... Oh, let me be distracted really quickly. Okay, not Impala the car. Impala skates. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, yeah, I skate on 4 wheels right now. I was like, what do I actually skate on? 5R for racing? That's fair. I need Steam. I forgot what I need to open up. Is that what I think it is? Oh no, that's Dead by Daylight. A, B, C, D, E. Requiem. Pause that. Keep a game sound. I open this. Really freaks out cars when you pass them. Oh, that's fair. I don't skate past cars. I just skate in my little zone and that's it. I don't really skate for speed. I skate for grooving. I miss my 4 wheels. Not my 4 wheels, my quads. And I still have them. It's not like they're gone. It's just, God, it's scary using them outside. And I know people use them outside all the time to like skate normally, but like, man, did you hit a fucking dent? Oh, I played this last. Forgot. I don't even have to switch it. You hit the smallest of pebbles on the fucking floor and you're fucking dead. You're gone. Though sometimes, I won't lie, I think this is the one nope, I am back on Leon. Been able to get on quad since the damn 80s. No, that's so real. Honestly, I feel like yes, rollerblades are extremely dangerous, but I feel like quads are more dangerous. But because, like I said, with outside, if you hit something, that it just stops the wheels sometimes. Oh, okay. Oh, he's not looking good at all. What do I got in my inventory? Can you auto sort that? Thank you. Wee. Hello, Unstinky. We just opened up the game. Wow. But I did turn up. I will say I took my quad skates when I went to the roller rink that we tried out. God, it was so nice skating on my quads there because it was a smooth surface and it was so smooth. It was so nice. Hello, hi. I'm in my no heal run. This is where I thought I might be fucked because Punk beat the shit. Oh. Punk beat the shit out of you. That'll do it. That'll fucking do it. Okay. I think I didn't really touch anything. I pressed E. I do like how the maps look for that. Collected that. I don't know what I don't remember what I touched. I do need to do a little bit of a knife run because I promised from last time, so I have to do 5 minutes of knife only. Okay. Doing my insanity run now. Fuck yeah. So that's my save and that's this. Let me go back into this. Oh yeah, I haven't even checked this. I need to repair this. I would like another inventory upgrade. I won't lie. I don't really want to sell that because, like, I don't know. I'm scared of selling it. Do I have money? I do. I haven't touched the gal at all. This fully still has a little bit. How much is this? 7. Okay. Okay. Knife run? What did I say? Did I not say knife run? I can't really pull out the knife. I won't lie. Okay. It's like I can only press certain things. That's where I just came from, so we're going up here. Yeah, I can't really keep the knife out. I say that fully and honestly because he just pulled out that fucking gun. Oh, I don't like that.
Security threat detected. Elevator shut down. In effect. Override key authorization required.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. Oh, that's just somebody's points. There we go. To be able to pull out the hatchet, Leon can do a heavy attack with it. Yeah, I can pull out the hatchet. He just puts it away. Why'd they scream like, God, there's so many? Yeah, see, he puts it away. I just can't hold it out for too long because...
This must be the room.
No, I keep that away. Do I have anything? No, because Leon's just defense. Well, that's rude.
I'll take out as many of you fuckers as I can.
This is very inconvenient. This is very inconvenient. Oh, behind me. Okay. Okay. so if I can get a good parry, I can kill them in one shot. Let me do that. That's insane that he can just kill them like that. I am walking, but because I don't want to disturb them. Dude, Leon's not looking too good. Can you get up here? I kind of want him to be a little bit away. Oh, can I like, you know, jump attack down? No, Leon, I want you to pull out the other one. He didn't hear that because that was quite loud. I almost didn't time that right. Ow. Oh no. It's his days. Oh no. Flicker's tongue. Oh, I didn't need to. He just died. He didn't die. Ooh, that's gross. I almost didn't. I did not time that right. Oh. I don't want to run because I don't want to like... Okay, I need you to like... Anybody behind me? Okay. Oh, I didn't do that right. You die? Not me. You. Perfect parry, tongue attack. Yeah, I haven't been doing a perfect parry. Oh, I didn't even parry that time. That time wasn't even a parry. The ones up top I did fine. He's still not dead. Oh god. I just have to time it right. I just have to time it right. We do that. Oh. Oh. Sorry, little guy. Oh, that was quite rude. Look at this. Ooh, hey, so... I'm in a little bit of a zone.
Not done yet.
I did perfect fine, like perfect parries up top. Okay, that was a little rude. I'm all stressed out here, Rose. I guess I don't have to kill them. I can just run past them. I do want some of the health in there, but I do need to go back up that way anyways. Oh, this is a little bit awkward. Ow. No. Sorry, Leon. Oh, he really gets stuck.
Hell yeah.
Oh, Leon. You stay there, buddy. I just didn't even. I have gone through a lot of health items here. There we go. Oh, hold on, Leon. You just gotta go and do that. He ain't got no tongue now. Can I shoot him? It's been plenty of time. What do I have here? Oop. I used so much of my healing items because I just started fucking up. There's another one. I hear him. Let's keep this out. Oh yeah. I can. Ooh. There we go. It goes that way. Oop, don't like that. I feel like I heard one still though somewhere. I don't know where that's coming from. I used just so much healing. I feel like shit for that. No, because that was just that. Okay. I'm scared of you. No. No. Shot him in the fucking dick. Damn. Damn near no hit run. So everything's one down. Is damn near one shot? At that point, yeah, you're in no, because you can't get hit because you almost die. That was my struggle with Mother Randa on Village of Shadows, because you mistime a parry and she can almost one-shot you, depending on the attack. Don't you dare come out of that. So it's a case of you can't miss anything. You get hit, you're dead. I'm just here to have fun now. I do like challenge runs though, but it makes me feel like shit sometimes when I do bad. Because then I have people that comment and I'm like, please, just work here. Just work here. I don't really care. It's not that serious. I will hydrate with coffee. I do have a lot of Requiem bullets. Thank you, fire. Scroll this way. Married in the face with a magnum until she dies. So the problem is that one, I think I should have the magnum in my pocket. I don't know if I do. It's been so long. It's been genuinely so long since I've been to that. Two, I didn't have a lot of ammo, so I might not have the magnum. I did not have a lot of utility to actually use, so I was screwed. Also, I too just kept on messing up her dodges. Like, dodging was a problem for me. I wonder how much that's gonna do. Nope. Put that away. Did you jump down? Oh. Well, that was quite rude. That's gonna kill me, isn't it? Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh my god, why is there so many? God, why is there so many? Who made this many? Oh, sorry. It's your little foot, dude. Yeah, I did have one more barrel. Oh. I could have thrown that. My bad, G. Could have just stabbed him, impaled him, you know? But yeah, in my Village of Shadows run, I ran out of a lot of ammo, at least towards the end.
Warning, autoclave compromised. Pod lockdown unavailable. Memory corrupt. Self-repair functionality offline.
It's not gonna last. I don't like how he
Air
moves.
thermometer warning. Clock lockdown unavailable.
Oh, Leon, now's not the time.
Yeah. Let's get this over with.
Where are they at? Ooh, I want to do this. Yeah. Bonk. Bonk.
The elevator will arrive shortly.
Oh, he's dead.
The elevator.
I didn't trust anything except a shotgun in that moment. It's fucking domed them in the head. I love how he reloads it. I just love him, I think.
I can't waste any more time here.
Oh, he's not sounding too good. He's not looking too good. He looked good, but he's not looking good. Put that away. Put that away.
Almost a sure.
I was like, how does he still have contact with Sherry? He doesn't. There's a whole layer of coffee at the bottom. No, my Leon, my Leon. He's fucking dying, actually. Kai, I should just open up DBD for you and play Leon. He's not doing, he needs some milk.
Not done yet.
Our poor boy Leon actually imploding from the inside. What is it? Oh, why is it so yellow? This way? I think. He's not looking too hot. He looks hot. He's just not looking too hot. Oh, our poor boy. This is the screenshot I saw. Oh, welcome back, Grace. That's the screenshot I saw, but because somebody did a song cover for this game, but it said spoilers, so I said, oh, I can't watch that. Literally every time Grace comes back, I love her. I should pay attention to this, but I love her, but I'm just like, no, welcome back, Grace.
My research opened Pandora's box.
I love Pandora's box from that Lara
Unleashing
Croft movie.
disaster upon the world.
Except Elpis, the
Elpis.
goddess of hope. Or so the myth goes.
A blind hope.
What do you mean?
Humans cannot predict when death will come for them. This is why they have hope.
Elpis.
I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt. Happiness cannot be achieved at the expense of others. I think that's enough for today.
Elpis.
Why did you accept my request for an interview?
I don't know why. I thought that was a dog. I know what he's about to do, but I don't know why I thought the man just carried a dog.
She was alone in the world. I took her in to make amends.
Is she...
Perfectly normal. Just an average child needing a home. She is my hope. Aren't you beautiful? Would you like to hold her?
Oh, okay.
I love her red coat.
She's adorable. What's her name?
Grace.
Grace. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
I've said my piece. I only hope it serves as a requiem for those who have passed.
They said the name. Again.
Oh, Leon.
Oh, Leon! Love Leon's car. I love the Krusty Krab hamburger car for Leon. Yay, God. Oh, yeah, he imploding from the inside. No joke. Imploding from the inside. Imploding from inside. Oh, God. Okay, we're Grace again. I love this game. I love this game, Charlie. I love this game. I love Resident Evil, Charlie. I love Resident Evil. Okay. Leon needs a can of Monster. Oh. You know, I hate Umbrella for doing this all the time. They have such a, like, nice little office, and they're, like, classic architecture. And we need it in this one part. Classic architecture. Oh, shit. I need to hurry, I say, as I'm going to examine this room to the fullest. Oh, Spencer's chair. Yes, yes, that's Spencer's chair. You should recognize it. It's offline. M. Mother Miranda. Balls. Oh, I love Resident Evil, Charlie. I love Resident Evil. Me all the time. You know, what is with them and children? One wanted his legacy to continue, one wanted her child back. You know? Picking up what I'm putting down? Well, yes. Of course I did. Mother Miranda. Sorry, I'm just thinking about Mother Miranda. I just want to go save Leon right now. Oh no, baby Grail. Oh no, my baby Grail. Hello, Pods.
Oh, Leon!
She's just some girl. And that's my girl.
Hey, it's me. It's Grace. Oh,
I
please.
still just love the image of somebody drew Chris
Wake up.
with Rose, just like, this is my child I adopted. And then Leon just like, this is my child I adopted. That's a full grown. You're not. You threw up all your blood.
Oh, let me help you.
Just, that's a full grown adult Leon. She has anxiety.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Leon, I think you need some, as Car said, a can of Monster. Sure, this is stage 3. Are you sure this is stage 3?
It's okay.
Has Xeno just been
Left it wide open for us.
standing there?
No code will do. It'll destroy Opus.
Xeno's just been stress pacing here. He's just been stress pacing, waiting like she's gotta come back.
Grace, whatever it takes. I can buy you some time.
No,
Oh no, I'm peeling off my nail polish. I shouldn't do that.
I have an idea.
Oh, I'm peeling off my nail polish.
I trust you.
Oh no.
I trust you.
Choice incoming? Okay. I remember somebody saying choices. I mean, I did pay attention to it. There was also an M, but I don't know what it is.
Prodigal daughter returns.
I don't know what to do. I'm really... Grace, I don't know the password.
And all will be forgiven.
I want to save Leon. I'm peeling off my nail polish.
You let Leon live.
Very well.
Remember what you've seen? I'm peeling my nail polish. I'm peeling my nail polish. My nail polish is off. Do I have a time limit? I'm peeling my nail polish. I gotta repaint this nail now. Oh! Burrito or Chinese food? I do love me burrito. Do I have a time limit? Hold on, I'm peeling my nail polish. I want to destroy. I don't. Wait, now I'm stressed. Hello, chat. You should make the choice for me. I think destroy Elpis. Or... Okay. Okay, what's going for Thought Nemesis? I would like to see Thought Nemesis. I won't lie. It completely peeled off one of my nails. No, you make it? Give him a Kit Kat? I mean, I want Leon to live. I need to stop picking at my nail polish. I'm trying to think though. I don't know. I don't like choices. Choices in my Resident Evil game? I want to say destroy Elpis. You can't delay the inevitable, and the inevitable is death. What's wrong with my fingy? Want some help? Sure. Because now I'm just worried about the well-being of my Leon S. Kennedy. Also, I was peeling off my nail polish. There's two... Gar, I like you. I like the way you think, funny man. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream. Okay. What does the creator desire? Spencer didn't... Well, what the fuck? What is El... Someone destroys, yeah. What the fuck is Elpis? I don't know if I want... I could just play the game again. I could just play the game again. Please tell me that. If... Please tell me that Leon's fine no matter what. Well, Elpis is... Yeah, he's not looking too good. When did I last save? We can run it back and do the other ending back to back, you know? I mean, because they were talking about Elpis, and they were talking about Elpis being Hope. Damn, one of the ending does? Because I take it as release Hope or destroy Hope, you know? Am I reading into that right? I mean, you obviously don't need to like tell me. I did a terrible job painting my nails, bro. They're peeling. I put it too close to my cuticles. That's me distracting myself and thinking about this. Because that's what they were just talking about. I do like that. I really like that. I like getting a choice in the game. I say as I panic at the choices, but that's because I'm on stream and now I'm panicking. And now I'm like, oh, everybody's gonna call me stupid for picking one thing. You know? Sorry, that's the way the brain is working today, okay? Okay? Do we abort Leon or carry him to... We want to carry him to term. I say, well, okay, if I destroy Elpis, Mr. Bitch Boy over there. Oh, baby. He's Dream's baby. We can't kill him. If I destroy Elpis, I'm gonna release Elpis. Hear ye, we press the D. You know? We release the Elpis. That's what I say. I mean, I'm gonna play it again and do the other one, or we just run it back. For a friend in game? You do it for the win? Are you joking? Wait, this is not how I thought. Also, you weren't joking when you said I was right at the end. Maybe we just play this game again. Or apples. Keep the doctor away. Well, I have to play through each one. You know? I have to play through each one.
I know that you are my hope.
She is my hope. A blind hope.
Okay.
I didn't expect it to go to another thing for me to confirm. No, you don't trust? What do you mean? Did you release? Well, I'm on the next part where I typed in typed in the next thing and it wants me to confirm again. Now you're stressing me out. Now you're stressing me out. Now you're saying, did you release? I gotta do both. I gotta click both things. You know? Now I have to confirm. You made your stress. I have. Now you're stressing me out.
This is it.
Either way, I do want to see what happens with each ending. I won't lie. I will run it back and do the other way too. No cap, no lie. Smash. He's not looking too good either. But I like how his is like on his eye, you know? Leon just looks like it's eating him. The other one said, I'm gonna give you like some... Hello? I mean, I didn't expect him gone. Ooh. I don't like how that looks.
What are you doing, Grace?
Spencer regretted what he did. He...
Well done.
He didn't even fucking... He didn't even let me speak.
You promised.
Yes, that I would let him live.
So Elpis was a...
Mr. Kennedy, I give you the honor of experiencing my power firsthand.
I'm not sure Elpis is what you think it is. There's nothing special about me. I was never any king. Spencer wanted to make amends. He...
But you released Elpis. What is it? Tell me!
I don't think he trusts his instinct. Okay, Leon. You're not in...
Why? My powers!
Elpis is Spencer's atonement. It's an antiviral.
Oh, we didn't expect his arm to be gone. Ew. Grace should really, like, stab Leon.
Amazing.
Grace should really stab Leon.
I am humbled by my master's
That sounds
genius.
really extreme, but, like, she has the antiviral in her hand.
Was wrong. Elpis wasn't a weapon. There was never a key.
Spencer's paper was obviously incomplete.
I mean, it is a
There
weapon.
was no connection between
Because
Grace
it'll
and
kill
Emily.
out all the stuff.
Do you know how much time and
he's so
money
shiny.
I wasted on this?
You
Stab
see the
Leon,
genius?
please. He's kind
With
of dying.
Elpis, all virus-based weapons are useless. The world order will be thrown into chaos.
Yeah.
We wanted a weapon.
Instead, Spencer gave us anarchy. I will
Victor
carry
Gideon,
his
I actually
torch
kind of like you a little bit now.
and bring his vision to life.
You.
I forgot how tall he is. Grace, Grace, can you please give Leon the antiviral?
And paid the price with his life. He was nothing.
You are nothing.
I don't know, he kind of created a lot of
an
things.
imitation.
Yeah.
It's over, Victor.
You ain't even original.
The
You
connection
emo
is done
Wesker.
with you.
Stab Leon, please. Can somebody please give Leon the juice? You, put your little hand away.
Your ignorance is staggering.
Please. Secure. Thank you. Thank God. Thank God.
Oh, it's working. Leon, it's working. Wake up.
Okay, he kind of threw up a lot of his blood though, so give him a moment. Ew.
Let it all come down.
Ew. Wait, we need another one for Sherry.
All of it.
Whip incoming.
What happened?
What happened? I guess he has the antiviral in his body. It's one of those cases that you can take it from it. I don't know. Either way, I really want... You said quip incoming and you stressed me out. My hands are on my keyboard and mouse now. Leon really just woke up like, what happened?
It's gonna go!
Oh, we're going downtown.
Grab something!
We're going downtown. Oh, fuck. Oh, my knees. Why the fuck am I in here? Why the fuck am I in here? You can call me Mr. Leon. Oh, yeah, what the fuck? I don't want to fight you. Put your little arm away.
Time to bury Umbrella's last skeleton.
Spencer's vision lives through me.
Oh my god.
I will see.
Ow. Ow.
It is
Ow.
brought to fruition.
And how many more will have to die for that vision?
I have Requiem shots. But I'm...
Excellent fool!
Oh, okay. Double dab. Double dab. Ow. Okay.
Sacrifices must be made. In the grand scheme of things.
I don't know where his weak spot is.
Not
What
to
is
me.
that?
I swore that I'd always protect those guys.
I do. Doc Ock. Oh. Oh no. Hey, yo, that's not very cool of you. Leon, please. I got stuck on the box. I will not lie. Hold on, sir. I didn't even get time to press Q because I was standing up. He is gross. Comic that shows Leon walking with Grace and Ada sees him. Just has the thought, holy shit, Leon. Leon has a daughter. Oh, he does. It's called Sherry. But you're right.
Spencer's vision lives through me. And I will see that it is
Where?
brought to
Ow,
fruition.
ow, ow. Your foot
how
was
many
in
more
my
will
face.
have
Ow,
vision?
your foot's in my face. Ow. I did that so badly. I just let him wombo combo me. Oh my god, stop wombo comboing.
Sacrifices must be made.
Yeah, and I'm not that sacrifice.
Not to me. I swore that I'd always protect those lives.
Okay, Doc Ock. This is the good ending. Fuck it. I kind of assumed. Because like I said, Elpis, they talked about Elpis being hope. And it's either destroy hope or release hope. That's really cool though. Don't like him, but like that's really cool. What did I pick up? Okay, cool. Hey, I wonder, you know, mid-fight, let's see. Oh, I can't craft this though. I really need to itch my eye. Oh, Leon, I'm sorry. I was itching my eye. Yeah, that really hurt. Sorry. Oh. Hey, wake up. Sorry, Leon. And if you destroy Elpis, then you destroy the cure.
I will not let those ideals win. Give it up.
Woo. My free shotgun shells. And by that I didn't have to open up the box. He just did it for me. Yay. Close attention to Spencer's video and almost was destroyed because Leon kept on saying he's just like, fucking destroy it, bro. It's like, no. You are destroying it, but in a way that is not destroy, you know? Because it is what Victor Gideon's saying. It is still a weapon because it kills off all. Oh, that's crazy. It kills off all bioweapons, at least of what she's created. Hi. I don't know about mold. It's a little different.
Good riddance.
How that one ends. I'm kind of curious. Oh. I think I should stay locked into this really quick. Oh.
Nemesis. No wonder you're so damn relentless.
He says Nemesis as if he dealt with Nemesis. You dealt with a tyrant, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's disgusting. Oh my god. Oh god, I didn't reload. Oh. Open. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, but... Oh god. I have a pistol. What am I doing? I have a fucking pistol. What am I doing? Oh, ow. No, ow. Ow, my head. Ooh, that's gonna hit me. Whee. Oh, I didn't reload this. Ow. I think these ones, like, ooh, that was in the middle. I thought he was gonna go on the outside. Down he goes. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Put me down. This is not very nice of you, sir. Oh, where are we going? Yeah. Except no, he must be really stinky. Ew. Leon, that's getting all over you. Ew. Ew. He's gonna, I feel like he's gonna come back one more time in true Nemesis fashion. He's a little, he's a little, hands. Okay, Leon. Okay, Leon.
This time, you ain't getting back up.
Please. Please. Thank you. Ooh, Leon, you're in the splash zone. You're in the splash zone, dude. Thank God. Please don't let him get back up. He's already slippery slipily. Slipily? It's gross. It's so fucking gross. He's so goopy, bro. Honestly,
Grace,
yeah.
where are you?
I hope she's not down there with you.
Sherry, come in. Sherry.
Shit.
You kind of were under. You're very far underground, sir. Oh,
Grace.
there's our sweet baby child.
Grace, hang on.
She's fucking dead. The way she's legging. Her fucking arms.
Grace.
Leon. The original title.
We need to get you out of here. Come on. Let's get you out.
Oh, my brother. Also, I'll catch up with the other stuff too. Doc, don't worry. He's just looking like, what would we do now? Ew, that man disintegrated already? Don't ask why I said that. Yes, there is. Okay, shut up, Grace. Don't be so. Ooh, that's a good shot.
Well, I'm not gonna leave your side. I'm gonna sit right here with you.
That's a good. That's a good father right there. That's his child now. Oh. That's not very comforting. Hey, turn on your flashlights, please. I don't like the dark. That's kind of scary. Okay, wait. Turn on your flashlight.
I guess this is it then.
Don't say that. Oh, don't do that. Oh my god. It's gonna be Sherry. What is it? Do you remember from Jurassic Park 3? Oh my god. This is not the type of weather to have this outfit. I know who exactly. Who exactly?
Leon S. Kennedy?
This isn't the weather to have that type of fur coat.
Me, sir. Yeah, they're safe. I got him.
But
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
this feels like Jurassic Park 3
Mr.
when...
Kennedy.
Yeah, you see that wolf on
I
him?
have a message from Captain Redfield.
The little girl could have survived. That is fair. Dude, when you play as the little girl in the like outbreak of the children taking over, and then she's just like, is that how I was doing? So fucking funny. Anyways, this isn't the weather to have a fur coat.
I'll be damned. Can't believe that antiviral
Hound
actually
wolf.
worked.
I was like, no, it's a weird one. Gotta do
Feel better than I
training.
have
Good
in
luck.
ages.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad you're okay.
We got
Hey,
a dose
but-
with your name on it.
Okay, good.
We'll
I was
be
like,
back in action
hey,
in no time.
hey, Sherry needs one.
Thank you, Leon.
I wonder if they
Would've
all
been a lot
have it
smoother
though.
if Chris hadn't been so late to the party.
Where is Chris, anyway?
No idea. I'm sure I'll run into him at some point. Yeah, I'll call you back.
Miss Spears. Hi, Miss Spears. You don't touch
It's
the
over
rim of
then.
your cup like that with your nails looking like that.
Yeah. Hope this really was our last hope.
Oh, let's pray Umbrella hasn't left us any more nasty surprises.
I wish we could have saved Emily.
Grace. I didn't hit any of her
Oh
vitals.
yeah, I forgot about.
She could still be alive.
What are you saying?
Oh yeah, it hasn't been that long since we
Maybe
shot
we can
that girl.
save her.
Since we shot that. Could it? It was amazing. We got the good ending because I trusted my instincts and what Spencer said, because Spencer was talking about Elpis and the whole mythology that she is Hope and whatnot. And so it was either destroy Elpis or release Elpis. So destroy Hope or release Hope. We want to release Hope because Spencer's like, man, I kind of fucked up. I kind of fucked up. I want to pay a tones. We can't destroy Hope. It's the only thing that humans have.
Appears to have been in operation for decades.
Sources say that the extension of the lockdown and the recent series of mysterious deaths may be related to tragic events in Raccoon City 28 years ago.
Evidence seized in Raccoon City has led the Justice Department to reopen its investigation into Oswald Spencer and the long-defunct Umbrella Corporation. Some believe the government deliberately drove Umbrella into bankruptcy.
The late Alyssa Ashcroft is credited with cracking the Oswald Spencer story.
I'm gonna cry.
Conspiracy theorists are already claiming that she was killed in a cover-up, and that the organization responsible is secretly controlling our government.
Tonight, in a speech from the Oval Office, the president is expected to reject allegations of any government involvement since the Raccoon City incident.
I mean, it's... They were on Umbrella's side because Leon's been working with, President Graham, and then she's in a fucking cocoon. That's kind of gross. Oh, that's cool that it could lead. Ooh, and she's an experiment. That's really good. I do like the nod. It's like a song. Dude, I really want their watches. Their watches are so fucking expensive, though. I do like the bringing back in Alyssa Ashcroft. Like, that's so cool. I am worried about everybody else who is from the Raccoon City incident. We did definitely kill the other sister, though. She is definitely dead.
Fighting the darkness, holding me, dragging me to
I love Sherry.
facing the pain that's controlling me.
Victor Gideon is a freak. I do love, I feel like since 7, they've been doing really good, like, end credits. I want to know more about Zeno, because he had the same, this feels like, you know when you, oh my god, like with the first Marvel movie where they're slowly dropping things, I feel like we're gonna get another big game with a lot of characters. Because now we're dropping back to Chris Redfield, collaborating with Leon. And it seemed like they were already supposed to be there, but he was just later. He showed up late. But Basaw was there too. But Basaw is being fucky wucky. But Hound Wolf, who names their squad that? Who names their squad that? Mr. Redfield. God, a really fun game. Quiet, this was so fucking good. I have so many questions though. I have so many questions because now I want to know how the other people are doing. I guess there's still just, I already said it, that stupid little drawing I saw of Chris Redfield. This is Rose. I basically adopt her. I'm teaching her how to be a human. And then there's me he's my child I adopted. That's a full-grown woman. She has anxiety. Grace just has anxiety. But she's just some girl. Grace was just some girl. Just some girl. I really like Spencer's setup of like, you want to hold her? It's like, okay. That's yours now. That's your child now. He set up Alyssa with that baby. He said, you know, it makes sense because she had involvement of the Raccoon incident. So he gave her hope back. No takes backsies. Yeah, he said, you want to hold her? Okay, yours. No, you can't give it back now. You held it. It's your child now.
Maybe the real evil were the residents we met along the way.
Yeah. Yeah. Truthfully and honestly, we're the residents we met along the way. It's got chapstick on my freaking fingies. Ew. French voice cast. That was a really good game. I like that choice at the end, because if you... It's almost like one of those things of, do you pay attention to actually what the creator want, or are you fooled by like power type thing? Because if you think of Elpis as just power, oh, it's like, oh no, I just want to get rid of that. But it's like, did you actually listen to what? Literally, if you didn't listen to what Spencer's talking about Elpis. Leon gets fucked, yeah. I mean, but if you stress me out of giving me a choice of destroy Elpis or release Elpis, it very much feels like, it's like, no. It's like the trick questions on a quiz. It's like, why are you giving me this choice? It should obviously be destroyed. It's like, no, but wait. I do like Xeno just getting his fucking head chopped off, bro. That was so funny. Let me see. Valentine report. So glad I didn't pull up a TikTok. Okay, the cool song has ended. We skipped the rest of that. Yeah, I was like, there's gonna be fucking anything. Is Grace's desk cleaner? No. No, it's not.
And Sherry's okay?
Yay.
Good, I'm so glad.
I thought she just had a picture of herself on the desk notes. Her mom.
She's doing great.
Oh, yay.
I'm actually teaching her how to read.
Oh yeah, she's blind. I forgot the kid's blind.
Grace.
She's talking on the phone.
Where's that report?
Sorry. Leon, gotta go. Catch up soon.
They're Skyping. Oh, that's so cute. Can Grace get her a different outfit? She's cured now? Oh, not anymore? Fuck yeah. But it still makes sense. She was blind. She's never interacted with a word before. Like letters. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Oh, hey Bazaar. Bazaar's still corrupt in some form. Well, he's dead. Don't worry about him.
Remaining BSAA forces have been neutralized.
And what's your logo say? Show me your
Retrieving
logo.
the objective before they send in the wolves.
I do like the wolves though. They're pretty good. Okay, well, show me your badge. Show me your badge. Main story. Releasing the Elpis, complete the main story. Okay, so I do need to complete the main story. Destroying Elpis. Won't lie. But I don't want to do that, so... Insanity available. Behind the scenes video, Grace's report. Content on it. Now we can look through all of this stuff. I remember that too. Oh, that's cute. Rookie agent. Let's go look at these bonuses. Trusted companion, Leon. Oh my god, yes, the charms. Okay, wait. These are all the concept arts. I do really want to buy a lot of these. Really is just Timo Wesker. The Gary theory is that the scene took place before they rescued Big Booty Leon. Sorry, the Big Booty Leon really got me. I could see that. Oh, but like, I mean, that would make sense because... I mean, I could see both. Tramp stamp mean? Oh. Tramp Stamp Leon. You can see a little bit in this one, Tramp Stamp Leon from Resident Evil 4. Tramp Stamp Leon from Resident Evil 4. Got a little dust. Check phone. Have you seen Baby No Man? Oh, I see. You can literally see your little Naruto fucking getaway stream. Wait. I accidentally opened up Twitch. Yeah, Tramp Stamp Leon. Back at it again from 4. Yeah. Tramp Stamp Leon. I don't know who this... Fuck. She didn't. I don't know who this artist is. Fuck. She didn't. I bought so much Resident Evil stuff from her. I'm gonna have to find her because I want to see if she has more. I think I got some charms from her too, but I don't know which charm. I think it's my Leon's, but in everybody else's outfit. But okay, so I can see your theory. I can see your Gary theory, your Gar theory. I can also see it as like, oh man, I can see that, but I also can see it as the aftermath of when there's just like the remaining, I almost said the remaining Gars. Sorry, didn't know you were part of the Bazaar. The remaining Bazaar members. And because they don't have contact, they send in the Wolf Squad, and or, you know, it'd be a really cool DLC of the Wolf Squad going in. But also, no, I don't want a DLC of Chris Redfield. I want a main game of Chris Redfield. Except I would like a main game of Chris Redfield where we're Chris Redfield, but also I like playing these nobody characters. Thank you. I like my concept art. Okay. Defeat a super tyrant. See, he is a tyrant. Super tyrant. Find Ark. So Ark and the Hive were right by each other. So essentially what I'm hearing, if there was any, what is that called? Not pothole. Sinkholes. I was like, holes that sink. Sinkholes in Raccoon City. It's because they dug 2 giant laboratories underneath Raccoon City. I think they stole Hunk's body to make him evil and infected. Evil. I think it is just Hunk himself, but I can see that. I think it's Hunk himself, but like different organization now. Oh, I didn't peel off the thing from that side. I did my nails, but I did it where it was still up on the cuticles, so it kind of formed the cuticles, so it's laid over, so it just has like a pocket of air, so I can just peel it off. So I peeled off one of my nails. That's what I was panicking. I'm peeling my nails. I'm peeling my nails. But releasing Hope and Requiem. Yeah. Rookie Agent. Rising Agent. Oh yeah, because I did it on... Oh, I got both. I did this on Classic, but gave me Standard Modern because I know Leon's on Modern. Store an item. I do like doing stun the girl. Stun the girl. Stun the girl. Did I get all the Mr. Raccoons? I don't think I did. Road Rage? Road Rage. Craftsman. Craft every possible item with Leon. Oopsie. Bang for a buck. Oh. Oh, that's the, yeah, Liquor B2. I cut off their tongue. I defeated all that. Open every safe in the main story. Oh, I did that. Open all Bazaar containers. Case closed. I missed one fucking file. Are you shitting me? I'm missing one file. I wonder where it was. Oh, I was missing a file from the roads, from the first section. I know. And it was towards the later end of the game because it was the last file in there. So I wonder if I missed one during Leon's section. I don't know. Little rascal. Two Mr. Raccoons. That's not bad. That's not bad. I think I missed a lot more the first time I played through Resident Evil 2. I missed a lot of Mr. Raccoons. Oh, by releasing Elpis within... Within 4 hours. So that's the speed run. Model Mania. View all models. Don't worry. I'll do that in a second. View all concept art. Don't worry. I can get that done. Without using herbs or med injectors. Minimalist. Without Grace using the blood collector. Ooh, I do like that one. I have to be really careful. I think I'll probably just play on modern, but I like having the ink ribbons. Let the sweet pear hear the voice. Let the sweet pear hear the voice. Let the sweet pear hear the voice? What the fuck is that? Incomplete. All incomplete. I do have the hand. Okay. Oh. Sorry, that has to be on gold now. Someone data mined that once? That's crazy. Just data mined. Oh, the noir one's so cool. They have to be shiny now. Oh, tactical light? Oh, yeah, sure. What if I can tactical light on that? We should play this through noir. Apocalypse, overlay is actually really cool. The normal one is cool. It's nice and warm. That adds like, oh no. Scratch out Apocalypse, everybody. Scratch that out. Twilight. Freaking whack ass people. Yeah. Raccoon City Classic. Yes! Oh my god. It's the small things in life. Okay. Sorry, I need to click that Anyway, so jacket. Hey, you guys, what if I don't farm? What if I just play this game again? Apocalypse fit for Grace is cool. Demetresque is really funny. Noir, she is so pretty in Noir. Jacket, classic. Apocalypse Leon, pretty freaking dope. Resident Evil 4 Leon, pretty freaking dope. I will say, you gotta have her as Noir, yeah. I think her, my favorite ones for her are Noir and Demetresque, because Demetresque is just really funny. Apocalypse, really cool, but Noir, she's so pretty. I forget which VTuber I was watching. I think Jordy sent it to me. But she was basically saying like, yeah, these are all nice and whatnot, but have you ever just thought about Leon's arms? Like, this is film noir, great. I think I'll put him in this to play him in that next. The Resident Evil 4 one is very funny, I like that. But like, we could just stare at his arms. You know, yeah. Because like, if you switch to these outfits, he then doesn't, even just the jacket. I do like the option that you could just have the jacket on. Like, he doesn't lose his jacket again. You don't get a look at his arms though, because he doesn't take off the jackets. That's his set outfit. We are making him look like a drunk noir person though. I really like the noir one, okay? The truth behind Raccoon City. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna go piss really quick and then we're gonna read. Hey guys, it's gonna be my PowerPoint presentation in a second. This is most literally a PowerPoint presentation. There were 60 fucking slides. Hold on. This is 60... Go piss squirrel. You heard right. I'll get you Nessie. Actually, I'll do you one butter. Butter? I'll do you one butter? I'll do you one better. You get Leon S. Kennedy. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a little bit more coffee. Maybe. This coffee was really good. I will. Do you have Leon? Yeah. was like, what the fuck's in my way? Ollie was smooching one of my cats. I also like Mochi. Who is this police duck? That police duck was Leon S. Kennedy. My trusty Leon S. Kennedy duck. That's who that was. He's got his RPD with his RPD badge. He's got his little holster right on his tail. He's beautiful. Resident Evil 2 Leon duck. I wonder if they're gonna make a new one. I don't know. Oh, it was devastated by a massive outbreak. Does this... Ooh. Oh my god, it literally goes through the timeline. Oh my god, that brought up... Oh my god, okay. Hold on. This is 60 fucking pages though. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I thought about getting coffee and I looked at it and then I got juice instead. I got a little bit of juice. I had to scavenge my kitchen. Oh, that didn't fix this. Bow. There we go. Mochi is here as well. She wanted in. Is that my bald spot? No, it wasn't. Can you lay down, ma'am? The city was devastated. A massive outbreak caused by a viral leak from the Frick. Had recording on that whole time. Always happens. The United States government responded by launching a missile to wipe out the infected and erect a blockage. I almost said eradicate. Erect a blockage to seal off the city. So, okay. I want to say they dealt with things if it still wasn't dead, they sealed it off. But unfortunately, where we were dealing with zombies was on the other side of it, so yeah. 2004, following a court trial, the Umbrella Corporation declared bankruptcy. A complete account of the events were never released, and that's true, because even with President Graham, Leon S. Kennedy, when he worked with him, was like, we can't tell them yet, because of another incident. October 2026, it was discovered that the city had been used as a hub for the production and trafficking of bioweapons. Quite funny. The report reveals that the established narrative of the Raccoon City incident was falsified, and elucidates newly discovered truths about surrounding incidents. 1968. The proper understanding, we first go back to the beginning of it all. So this is when the founding. Oh my god. This is so funny. Okay, so in 1968, Oswald E. Spencer, James Marcus, and Edward Ashford founded Umbrella Corporation. I almost said Corporation. Having witnessed the horrors of the Second World War and the dread of the Cold War, Spencer felt a sense of despair at watching the world repeat the same mistakes. He felt like it was his duty to bring a change to humanity. To the viral evolution of the human race. Thus, he relentlessly pursued of virus research through illegal and inhumane means. This fact remains unchanged. 70s. 1978, James Marcus developed the T virus, which would go on to become the case of the subsequent outbreak. 1980s, crucial period of this understanding is basis of what caused the incident, the truth behind the entire case, Spencer's influence in ARC's establishment. Spencer used internal politics to have Marcus demoted, yes, absorbing T-Fire's research into his facility. He ain't even the one who invented it. Outlining Spencer's plan for ARC has been discovered. So yeah, ARC had been there. Ooh, whiskers! Oh my god. Excerpt from confiscated records. Long-term strategic plan. Can I do that? Fuck. I don't know why I thought that was the right button. Okay, I can click that one. Just don't click back. Let me not be an idiot. ARC-centric integrated research roadmap. Concentrated investment into Wesker's plan and the T-virus. develop of Elpis, memory transfer, and forced evolution. Because that's what he did want. He did want to transfer his memory into somebody. Don't think that ever happened. But that's fine. First record instant of a significant word of Elpis. The connection and involvement. The following documents regarding Marcus's involvement were also discovered. Spencer, oh my god, there's so much money. Receipt of donation. Document shows a suspicious flow of funds being channeled to Marcus. Past FBI investigation revealed that the source of the funds was the F Foundation, was just one of the puppet organizations of the connections. The F Foundation no longer exists. Yeah. The Connection is a criminal organization that various government agencies have been sounding the alarm against for years. It's just the Connection sought involvement with the Umbrella Central Operations. Additional documents belonging to the prodigy of Marcus, Brandon Bailey, been discovered, and this is with the mold incident, which is the other, probably what they're talking about, the connections of different companies. Preparations are complete. I think it's time that we made contact with me directly, don't you? I await your response. A telegraph? A telegraph? Yeah, that might be. That Bailey took over correspondence with the connections, succeeding Marcus. Going to be the founder of the Connection, but sorry, Mochi. Connection had been deep-rooted in the criminal underworld since before 1980. Much about the Connection remains unknown. Spencer's purge. Following CEO's patient protocol measures taken against the individual. Yeah, because he took out a lot of them. Omitted. 1990s. Continued to grow. Furthermore, being leaked, the viral organization the connections due to the moles we had infiltrated the company. Able to thoroughly protect and complete his research at the Ark. So while like the nest and stuff was being exposed, Ark was still hidden. Most records regarding Elpis were lost with the destruction of Ark. Precious few remain. Spencer's message 19 data missing. Tricell, HCF, the family, and Umbrella. Elpis shall bring it all to an end. I wonder if the family is for Mother Miranda, because that is the family over there, and he had contact with them. Message in has strictly managed password known only to Spencer was needed to access. What is Elpis? It's an antiviral. However, it's unknown who sought it. This is a crazy breakdown. Common knowledge that Spencer, the developer of Elpis, aimed for the evolution to control humanity through viral technology. Oh, that's a child. Period of records show marked decrease in the number of public statements from Spencer. Similar decrease in activity was also observed at the Raccoon City orphanage. Disturbingly, it is suspected that the children at the orphanage had long been used for Umbrella experiment. Yes, we kind of all knew that. Frequently visited the orphanage, records indicate he stopped in the 1990s. Furthermore, the orphanage was under the research jurisdictions of William Birkins in the late 90s. Birkin turned against Spencer, ultimately leading into the leak of T-Rise. Yeah, Birkin and Wesker worked together. The incident! Facility in Raccoon City, causing the unpredictable... oh my god, I can't read anymore. However, so that the missile strike was not launched to prevent the spread of the infection, it was to conceal information. That was formed to disrupt the relationship between the government and Umbrella, shift the blame for illegal activities onto Spencer. Yeah, because then Wesker got out and did stuff. The Connection, first assembly minutes. Ark has been secured. Commence the missile strike. The blame shall fall solely on Spencer. With this, Umbrella will be dismantled and we'll seize their assets. Yeah, because everybody wanted power. After the Umbrella trials, testimony from Raccoon City survivors along with evidence submitted by the global pharmaceutical... Oh, damn. Evidence against Spencer was presented at the trials. Oh my god, wait, Albert Wesker? It is now evident that Wesker was linked to Tricell, which in turn had a strong ties to the connection. Therefore, it's highly likely that there was pressure from the government and the connections during the trial. Yeah, because Wesker was already bad by this point, because he was bad, well, he was bad way before, but... Umbrella was forced into bankruptcy, yep. Government intended Oswald E. Spencer was held accountable. As the CEO, he disappeared from the public eye. That's fair. That's fair. Bioterrorism following weaponized viruses by Umbrella were leaked. Subsequently, instances of bioterrorism utilizing this technology spread around the globe. Oh, I thought I was going to say President Graham. Adam Benford was assistant in bioterrorism. Who the hell's calling me? Let's see, who's calling me? Excuse me, Mochi. Excuse me. I wanted to see if it hung up faster. It was a spam call. It was a spam call, but it was a man talking, but I'm like, that's not a man. That's a fake man. Sorry, Mochi. I disturbed you. Privy to the facts about revealing the report. Spencer's final years have returned. Oh, welcome back. I've been reading through all 60 pages of this. He lost everything. He sought atonement. Has the potential of to be used for good. Oh my god. And Spencer, true motives behind Elvis were peace and redemption. Do you like Leon putting a ring on it? Who'd he put a ring on? I just like... I'm teaching her to read. And Spencer died in 2006. His secluded estate. He died, but he was quite murdered. Conclusion. Himself. Fuck yeah. The connections remains. So there's something bigger with the connections, which is made up of a lot of different like parts, like how Tricell was through the connection, the family, which I feel like the family is, ooh, oh my god, this is our whole report. Countless lives have been lost. As the government officials, we have the duty to pursue the truth. If anything, finding it will finally offer some closure to everyone who fell victim to this heinous actions. FBI intelligence analyst Grace Ashcroft. I guess it's Ashcroft. Oopsie. Run the world, you know, like the Illuminati. Yeah, but like that's when like it's made up. Hold on. They were talking about people who are part of the connections. Reminds me of Rem. What's her name? Grace Spencer. I don't know, he just found her on the streets. I don't even know if he ever like properly adopted her. So I don't know if she would be. I don't know if I'm gonna find where I found that on the pages. Because I scrolled so fast. She was like his child. No, in the scene when he was talking, it says like, no, she's just an ordinary child. Someone who didn't have a home and needed one. And then he was like, do you want to hold her? Okay, no take backs. It's yours now. Lucian. Oh, I wonder where it was. It's somewhere in like the chunk of this. It talks about the Tricell. Oh my god, was that FBC? Hold on. No, now I'm actually gonna go through it. I want to find that page again. Because was that, I think it was H something. But then it says the family and then one others, and I don't remember what it was. He's just but a child. It didn't seem like it was his child. Because he had gone through all the experiments with those kids. Training done? Good job, good job. Hopefully training was well. City incident. Skimmy boom, skimmy boom, skimmy boom. Skimmy boom. I think I forever lost that on one of these pages unless I actually go through it and read it again. I can't breathe on one side. My lung is just like seized. The same shit I already knew. No, fair. I have a lot of training stuff to do for my job, but it's like the refresh ones where it's like oh my god, I love when it's the harassment at work. I'm like, oh god, what are we gonna see this one time? What are we gonna see this? Talk about the connections. I want to say it was on the page back over here, close to where the picture of Mia was. It's breathtaking. You're so right. He just took my breath away. He just took it away. That is talking about Elpis. 90s. Because it said the family, and I'm so curious about the family. Oh, goodbye. It has to be in that part, I think. Give me an example. Did it work? Yeah, damn good. You shit with that ass? Damn. Where the fuck was this page? Now I feel like I'm hallucinating, dude. I feel like I'm losing it. Did I actually read that? I know I did. Oh my god, I know I read that page. Memory transfer. They really led up to like memory transfer. He wanted to put his brain into somebody else, and then that went to nowhere. He kind of got thrown on the bus, so it's fair. It's in here somewhere. I swear it's here. I swear it's here. I swear to God, I fucking read this. I fucking swear. You guys, I don't know. Here it is. HCF. And it talks about the family. And I want to know who the family is, because it's talking about a lot of stuff from like the last games, because we have Umbrella, we have Tricell, and what the fuck is the family? And I almost want to say that the family is Mother Miranda, you know? Because that's all Spencer would know of them. I'm curious what, I mean, that wouldn't come out till later. I don't think that would be it. Well, let me just type in this. Oh, HCF is actually something too. Ah. Oh no, is the family connected as that? Because this would be two... Oh, the family unit. Oh my god, no. Is that really from 6? Hey y'all, I might go into a deep dive of Resident Evil lore now. Anyways, we have all these now, and we can buy like models. Give me that. Don't give me that one. Let's... I should buy useful things. I should buy useful things. Helicopter pilot. The entire fucking wolf squad? The entire fucking wolf squad. Not just one of them, the entire fucking wolf squad. Oh, God. He looks fucking gremlin. Oh, that's her boss. Leon's wheels. Hold on. Hold on. Fucking oh. Oh my god. There's Leon. Oh, I went through a couple of them. Hold on. I love my baby Grace. She's so cute. That's that. I'm still so curious about welcome in, son. Welcome in. Hello. We're looking at all the models. We just beat the game. I am supposed to play Stardew Valley after this, but I'm not gonna lie, I kinda just wanna play this again. No cap, no lie. Love Resident Evil. I love all like the paint marks on it. Love that sound. Dude, sorry, I got distracted. She looks so pretty with this. Like, that's such a classy outfit. I love the fucking noises. I like that they turn her skin like that bluish pale. Leon, give me Leon. Yeah. Look at the fucking horns on it. Leon wheels. Oh, he looks so silly in his RPD outfit. I mean, I could put him in his RPD outfit. I do like that. This is what we have him in. He has that awful posture. It's Resident Evil 2 posture. The jacket looks fucking ginormous on him. She's so pretty. She's so classy. And I love that she kept that red coat. Sherry Perkins, my love. I'm so happy it was actually her. He's got some nice shoes on, though I won't lie. He has really nice shoes. No, the baby. Ooh, her hair moves so much. I didn't get to... Oh, I wonder if that's the one file I didn't pick up. I wonder if that counts as a file because I didn't look at the book. Oh, his jacket's in motion. See, I want to know a little bit more about him because he took the same virus as Wesker. Like, he's literally just Timu Wesker. There's our squad. Oh, he's just in some jeans. Oh god, I gotta scroll out a little bit. I got slightly dizzy. I will still say, it was not the weather to have a fur coat on. I love this. This is so funny. And I love they just have like fucking plaid shirts on. They each just like have a random fit on over with like all the gear. It's so funny. Okay. Here's that noise again. Because I love that noise. The noise? The command. You can't tell me that's not Hunk. What's he got in the back? Sorry, I'm not trying to look at your butt. They just have a pen? He has a Sharpie and like a paint marker. Why does he have a Sharpie and a paint marker? Oh. Oh, you do have 2 gloves. What do you have there? That's very suspicious. Sorry, I want to look at that. Purple. Like, I'm sorry, that's Hunk. His ear. That's Hunk. Like, that is our man. I don't want to look at Emily Mutated. Let's look at Emily Mutated. I really hate that. Okay. I do need to look at all the models and all the concept art. I love the style of concept art. Ew. Ew. I really hate that his teeth were like, why is he pulling that pose over there? My love, shall we book it? I love her. Ooh. Oh, I can zoom in. I love the back noise. The back noise is so good. Oh, that's a really cool shot. Like that one. Because I assume that's where her, like... That looks like it would be the spot where her mother died. Blister heads. Oh my god, that's fucking cool. Oh, all the teeth. Okay, I'm gonna stop looking at that. The girl. I should buy some useful things. Chunk. Hate that. Well, no, Raccoon City Zombies. Gar, did you know you were a dog in this, Garmer? Did you know you were a dog? Plant. Oh, I love all the, like, street aesthetics. Okay. I probably had a lot of points to the point that I could buy, some of these things. That is so fucking cool, the Ghost Grudge. No wonder I have the moon. Damn, you heard it here first, folks. Gar is, in fact, a werewolf. The Matilda. A makeshift knife, but incredibly well. The blade is made. Yeah, we'll fucking buy that. Master manual. A manual that allows you to permanently increase the capacity of the blood collector by 50. Infinite ribbon. Ooh, okay. Does that have to be on any mode? Yeah, just complete the main story within 4 hours. Modded. What mod should we add to this game, bro? We'll upgrade. Okay, so that's not a bad upgrade. Advanced trainings. The Ghost Grudge is based on the judge. The game is in-game. It's chambered the Magnum round. IRL, it's not. Okay, fair. The charms. What's this one? Increase firepower. I have this one. Increase bullet penetration. Okay. For handguns. I love that it's just Claire. Someone modded, I think, one of the weapons, and instead of a gun, it was just this Claire statue. Infinite ammo. Oh, I like that. You can turn this feature on and off, so it's always on, and then you just go to settings to turn it on and off. I know for sure I missed the little guy here, so I'm gonna get that so I can fucking just find him. Oh, I see. Useless? I think not. Now we can have her in her business attire through the whole game and we can put him in that. Okay. Items. I do actually like this. because I did use a lot of the blood collector, but there is a run that I need to do without the blood collector. We're still gonna buy that because then it's just gonna sit there. The Matilda is just so cool. The first polymer frame handgun. It's so cute. I do really like this. The like detail that they put on for this gun is so fucking cool. Insanity with infinite ammo, then you didn't actually beat the game. You cheated in response. You did my challenges to earn the points. Honestly, yeah. I mean, truth be told, you... Hold on, let's see. I guess it would be under weapons. To get infinite ammo, you need 50... Yeah, 50,000 CP. Like, you need 50... You need so many points. You need more points than to get the RPG. Damn. And that's on infinite amount of rounds. Like, you need more points to get infinite amount of rounds. Infinite ammo takes so long to get to that once you do it, it's like, okay, you've played the game a lot already. Fuck it. Eating, I think. Also, like, I mean, it's what I did with Resident Evil 7 when I played with Kai. I just had infinite rounds on. I think just the pistol. I think I had it on. I don't know. I don't know if it was for all of them. I know for sure I had it for the pistol. But like, I just wanted to cruise through the game and play the game again. Eh? Calling out of work because mid traumatic morning. Also, I can't afford gas until tomorrow. Real as hell, Shaylin. Real as hell. It's okay. You deserve that call out. Commercially available poly handgun. Gub. Me when I say handgum. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to play Stardew Valley or do you want to play more Resident Evil? Ow. I'm just looking at what I can spend my points on. Even, okay, what do you want? I don't know. I really love Resident Evil. I will say, Doc, to your other point of them saying, like, the infinite ammo, it's gonna be the same thing with the infinite ribbon. But, like, to get the infinite ribbon, you need to do the speedrun challenge, which is hard in itself, of, like, making sure you get it done in the speedrun. So if you've done that and you get infinite rounds, fuck it. Might as well just use that. Like, if you work that hard to get to that, okay. Okay, and I did use a lot on spending on this stuff. The motorcycle, IPT. Oh, the orphanage. I love these concept arts. I will get them all one day. Item design. I do really like the item designs. They felt very clean. The ink ribbon was really cool. Yeah. There's an infinite ammo for the RPG and for the guns, meaning if you buy the RPG, it doesn't have infinite ammo. Let's see. Hold on. Let's go read what it says. Yes and no. Infinite ammo is for the guns, and it shows for the pistol, Requiem, sniper rifle, machine gun, and shotgun ammo. It has it on the picture. And then if you buy... Yeah, you have to buy infinite ammo for the RPG. You can buy the RPG, but the infinite ammo for RPG 7 is specifically different. You can also do infinite durability for hatchets. Where's the RPG? Yeah, the RPG, which already costs so much. Mortal Edge. Formidable Instrument of Death, taking countless lives. That's that one. I do love that. That's such a sleek hatchet that he has. Not gonna lie, I'm doing my insanity run with infinite ammo into Magnum. Hey, fuck it. I mean, it's one of those things of if you want a harder challenge. It's a lot of the challenge runs people I watch that I really like. That it's not about like just completing those things, then they say they do it again, but they throw random things where it's like, okay, this time we're only gonna do knives. Or it's, can I do this with only walking? I like those ones of, can I do this with only walking? Gar, are you mentally okay? You opened up Deadlock and I know it's been treating you bad. But I saw you open up Deadlock. And I still do love Deadlock, but I know it's been rough. I want to see Norman. Sorry. I want to see the singers. This is what I want. I want to look at these girlies. I can't believe they were competitors. I saw someone cosplay her and she was so cool. They explode at any second, but now I have mods. Okay. That's fair. Ooh, girlies had heels too. She had... Ooh, she had a whole crack in her skull. I loved these two girlies. They were so cool. Zombie surgeon. Zombie chef was really cool. Blister heads, love it. Blister... These guys now. Titan. Titan the spinner. Spider. You know what? There's the guard. Victor mutated. I hate his little arms coming out of that little thing. I am curious about these behind the scene videos. Is it just gonna play immediately? Sorry. Is this just gonna play through? Oh, sorry. It's just automatically plays. It's the whole thing. I love mocap.
If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days tops.
Put a hold
I
on
love
that for
all the
now.
little dots that they put on them.
We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating.
I love extended video and review. Yeah, I love how close it is that it captures. I love that. But did you meet any? Yeah, it sounds just like that. Where I'm like, I don't really care. God, I love these little noise. What did I get? Oh, I got his RPD. I do want to put him in his RPD, but we're doing film noir. I got her in her FBI outfit, which I think would be very funny. So what do we... Evil. I love that little noise so much. I love that little noise so much. Anyways, yeah, what did we feel like? I mean, God, I have to film an audition. And it's sad to say that I'm not mentally, like, ready, but, like, that's good for what I have to do in that. Perfectly fine. Oatmeal? What did Nikki send me? Man, if I did this where I'm distracted right now, but, during, that important cutscene, I would have probably killed Leon. I can just go, yeah, after I cut. Damn! Damn! Play at your own risk. Dude, I'm still gonna panic at the fucking start of the game. A no-heal run? I don't think I could do a no-heal run. Oh. That's what Nikki always wants me to do. Actually, no. What Nikki wants me to do is a no-heal knife run only. That's what she wants me to do. She's not even here to defend herself. I don't even think she, I want to say she might be at work. She was sick. She had to go get, more antibiotics again. On casual, it's not hard. On casual, you're correct, but why would I be a little pussy-ass bitch and play on casual? Why would I ever do such a thing to myself? Why would I let myself have the easy route out? Never. I say... the game over screen? Oh, interesting. I didn't pay attention to that. Do you like that? Ooh. Do I want... Didn't pick up the blood collector thing. Come street brawl with me. Street brawl is very tempting. It's either... Hold on. I could do this, where we can start up what's that shit's called? We can start up another run, but for next time. And I put in silly little mods, maybe. Maybe I mod it and we do an insanity run, you know? Usually I don't like playing games back to back when I've like just completed them, but I would gladly play this game again. And I also, like, I want to play this game off stream, but like, I also really don't. Yeah. So what if we go play Farm and I mod it, and on Monday we play more Requiem and it's modded. I want to put hamburger in this game. Did you mod this? No. What if we do that? Or should I start a run right now? Well, no, because I want to see Leon. Like, car. Like, I want to mod his car. We only see it for so long. But, you know, that's not Shiva. Looking like Lara Croft. Did you mod this? No. I want to see what this looks like if I just put this over. Yes, I'm painting my nails. And so, what of it? Will it ever stop me? No. Even if I wasn't streaming, I still would be painting this while I play games. I would say, do we just want to end stream? It's only been 3 hours. That would be crazy of me to do such a thing. You know? You are fucking... Oh my god. So do we want to mod this and play some right now, or do we want to mod this and I just jump scare you guys with mods on Monday? What type of oh my god, what do we want to do for a challenge run?
Resident Evil.
Calm down. I was really happy about it the first time, but now calm down. Dare you just leave us? I would never. I will soon. I will soon. I need to record an audition. I should probably accept it, but I'll do that later. Oh, I didn't go through the rest of my emails. I'm not mentally like ready for that. Oh, wow. Or do we want to start? What do we feel like? What is the consensus? I did a weird thing with this. It looks funny on this side right now. Mod it, then do a casual no heal run, hunting collectible run. I like that, except for casual. So if we do that, we go on standard and play on that, or we just go into insanity. I can't. I don't touch casual. It's really bad. I don't touch casual. It makes me feel like shit if I touch casual. And that's the toxicity in the gaming world. No heal run would be very interesting to do. I'm tempted to do no heal run or... Okay, well that's kind of fucked. You're playing casual, no one will judge you. I will judge myself. So no. I will judge myself. What was I gonna say? Oh, that's kind of fucked. Is I don't think there's a run where you... No, I think there is. Hold on. Is there a oh, let's just go to incomplete. I mean, we could just do a plain insanity run, truth be told. That's craft. That's speed demon. Credits. I still need to collect more blood, truth be told. Models, curator. That's herbs. So there isn't. Okay. I was gonna say that's kind of fucked if you buy some of like the extra stuff and you have to collect it in the box. But there's sometimes achievements for not opening the safe box for a whole run. I was like, oh. But we're playing on lower difficulties. That's fair. I know nothing about that game, but that's fair. Do we want to play some Stardew then, and we start up an Insanity run on Monday? I think we do an Insanity run, and we don't do any added things to it, and then afterwards when I don't know. I would say I want to do a knife run, but Grace doesn't even have a knife, so I can make her a knife. Oh, I just realized this is now has Grace here with that. Oh, that's really cute. I could just sit on this front page, truth be told. It's very comfy to me. Grace has knives, yeah, but I break them a lot of the times. Oh, I did buy her. Actually, I did buy her a knife. Hold on. No cap, no lie. Is it here? Items. I did weapons. I did buy knives. Grace. Knives. Grace. Knife. Grace's knife. Knives. Grace. So we could do knife only. I think we do a first normal run in Insanity. Just have some fun. Maybe try out some stuff. I need to get better with parrying, but because it's not a concept in a lot of Resident Evil games, so I'm not used to it. Also, I'm bad at parrying. Why? I don't know. It's not fucking good. We can do something like what we did with in Resident Evil 2, where we did pistol only or certain guns only. Those are always fun. I think I'm gonna close this. Oh, it made me really sad closing it. Let's just go to bed. Let's just go to bed. I shouldn't go to bed. It's fucking 1:20 in the afternoon. We're playing Stardew now. Whenever it fucking changes over here. Oh. Look at that one more time. We're gonna play some Stardew. I'm sad. We closed it. I wanted to make Leon go through the first hour of scary again. However, they felt like he's gotten too strong for him to be scared anymore, so they made Grace. Now, like Grace looks very similar to Leon, though. That was so bright. I feel like crying. There's no... Oh. There was no game sound at all. That was weird. I can see that. Because, like, realistically, like, Leon is... No... Oh my god. Why do I have a clown fit on? Who did that to me? I did. I don't remember, though. I need to check something immediately because it's on my mind, okay? You gotta save it for your... You're entirely correct. Oh, we didn't close it out. Okay, cool. I was going back and saving some Twitch VODs again, and I feel like I missed one again because I just haven't been checking. Dude, it's so exhausting the fact that they made this stupid ass fucking things disappear now. I just think that's so rude. Ooh, I did miss one. I did miss one. I don't feel like it's an important one. It was a Resident Evil. No, what am I on? What did I save? I feel like I missed a Resident Evil 7 one. We're gonna go on a little side tangent. Oh, that was the broken one, so I don't need this. What's this? One routine, and then I have a Stardew save, and then now I just saved a routine again. Yeah, so I missed one Resident Evil 7, which was the second portion of the game. Oh, that's when we beat the game. Oh. Yeah, anyways, I missed that second save of that one. Oopsie. I won't miss the next part because it's Village, and I really like that one. I hate saving the VODs. I hate saving the VODs. I'm so exhausted. My house looks so ugly. I forgot I'm married to Elliot. Dude, I feel so drained now. Put that on. Give me that. Give me that. We gotta keep that dramatic emotion up, and I just changed my outfit and immediately... What did I have down here? I don't... have a lot of shit cooking. You need to call it? You can. I think it's 1 I have a child. I named him Bruce? I named my child Bruce? I named my child Bruce. I just had a child. Oh my god. They're having a shit day to begin with. I'm not having a shit day, but you know, the mood, yada yada yada, like how are you? And also like I don't know why I did that up there. Oh, that was really scary. These are really weird rooms I have built. These are really weird rooms. I don't even know what I was gonna say. I'm fine. Realistically, I really am fine. I just feel so drained now. Like, that was such a story, and I have so many questions, but none of them are gonna be answered. My Stardew is still spazzing out. I don't know what's happening with my frames of my computer. I need a new monitor. I will no lie, no cap. I want the vintage one because I like some of the things in the vintage walls a lot better than these. I think we do this, which is similar to what I have in our community one. And that's perfectly fine because I like it. Anyways, Meowdy Howdy Gothic, I hope you are well. We're just gonna chill now. And then we better like the little thing women's coming out. Perfect. Let's go see what the outside looks like. I don't even know what season I'm on. Okay. Oh yeah, I built like a little flower farm here. What happened there? I don't think I had enough flowers. I don't think I did. What was I doing? Oh, I haven't reached the bottom of that. What's in here? Okay. Anyways. I just miss Leon. And you're gonna give me the information about Mr. Redfield? I mean, they do work together now. Somewhat, in a sense of, after the events of... Oh, is that gonna move those over? No, I was gonna leave those till they produced honey. Oh, I didn't collect those. I don't know what the fuck I was doing in this game, I won't lie, bro. And I have all these fucking things because I'm a sad pleb. Be able to answer your questions. I don't know. I think it's bigger questions about the whole connections. I want to know more about the connections. And Albert Wesker, but I just want Albert Wesker back. I just miss him. I just miss him. That's a simple answer. Look at that. I'm just sad. I just want more now. Now I just want more. Okay, this season's almost done. Big Geo Rock. We worship you. Oh, my screen freaked out. Hello, Giraffe. How are you? Oh. Let's take that. Did I need... I almost was going to try to milk the chicken. Not know the connections. Do know that the connections is who Mia worked for. Makes sense. And that I do agree with. That I do know. Because then there's F. I don't know why I clicked it again. Don't ask why. I'm so all over the place. Did you have anything? Or did I just not click you right? Did not click it right. Because there's F. I forget what it was. F something. But then there was F, and that was the page of which Mia was on too. That's what makes me suspicious about like the family, because I'm like, excuse me, chicken. Is the family the family? Is their door open? Oh, it is. Oh, now it's not. Oopsie. He's like, who is... Okay. It was Tricell, which we know. Which I would like to know more, because we only got Tricell in that one game. So I want a little bit more Tricell. Like they were just they felt like a one shot. But then there was the H one. I forget the full name for them. I forget their full name. Oopsie. Oh, what season are we in? We're in spring, right? Carrots. Yes. I need to crunch my legs. So, like, I want to know more about that. Technically, we got Tricell in 9 as well. Yeah, but I want to know a little bit more. Hold on. Locking in. Anything else here? No, you don't go there. You go into this one. There we go. The rest is fine. I have flowers over there. What's this? That's only C-related stuff. C-related things. What's in this one? Extra grounds. Seeds. Seeds. I have nothing in there. Wrong one. This one. Flower. We'll keep some eggs. No, I want to sell that cheese. No, I'll keep that cheese. We'll keep that. Cold goat cheese. We start piling in some of our cheese for the cheese. It was just a shell company owned by Umbrella, yeah. But I just want to know more. I want to know who had more of a bigger part in Tricell. I am a lore gremlin. I want to know more. Oops, oops. Okay, the rest I can sell. The other one, the H one, I want to know about that, but because that's the hive, I looked it up. Oh, I can look up what I looked up. I need to change my outfit. Oh my god. What was it? That's Playbill. Look up this and go to this one. The family HCF. That's what I was looking up, and that brings up the hive/host capture force. So it's a small unit, but I want to know more about that too. I mean, like it's some of those things, like even the in Revelations, we don't hear too much about that stuff. I need to change my outfit. I don't know why I put this outfit on. I don't remember. I just want to know more about the family in the sense of confirmation of who the family is. Because also, I could see the family being in relation to the Weskers because of that whole shenanigan. I could dress up as William. Studded vest? I have a studded vest? Fake muscle shirt? Okay, okay. What bottoms do I have? Fried egg shirt. Love that. I do actually like those shorts. Dinosaur pants! Ooh, okay, so we have two options. I think we keep the blue. Let's scroll all the way down. Fishing vest, okay. Globby shirt, okay. Pendant. Bandana shirt is cute. Basic pullover. It's spring. I want to see what that looks like. Classy top, female. I do like this. But also I feel like this could work. Let's take those out. Fashion show. Oh, we need a new hat. That's okay. That could work. I look like a farmer. That one. Little farmer fit. Now I just need a haunted mannequin again, and then I can put dinosaur hat. Squid hat. We'll keep a traditional farmer fit. Yes, traditional farmer fit. Hello, husband. What else about this? I mean, I want to know who else got affected about this. The Raccoon City syndrome. I had a space there because I want to say Raccoon City Survivor Syndrome, and I'm like, no, it's just the syndrome itself. I want to know more about that. Because there are certain people that I'm like, okay, are they affected too? Because Leon was already really bad shape. So it's like, how are the rest of them doing? if he's in that worse of shape. What day did I end on? I ended on a Saturday. George thinks no one in the town cares about him. I had like a dozen leaks. Okay. Let's see if we can find a dozen leaks. Dozen. Gifts to George. Place in the kitchen. I have 9 days. Foraging it is. I think Chris is infected. That's why he's wearing turtle. I do like that theory. It would be one of those cases of then it would have to be, because they say the Raccoon City syndrome, right? Because it's not just a T-virus syndrome. It's an umbrella curse. Because then it's like, okay, did he ever interact with it? Because he was only in the mansion. He wasn't there during the incident. During the incident. You know? Ah, good. It captured driftwood. I love this. You worked so hard, little thing. You captured me driftwood. But because he wasn't there, but I do like that theory, because why the fuck is he wearing a tactical turtleneck? All zombies in the mansion were infected with T-virus. Fair. Because they kept... Hold on. Oh, wait, hold. No, I didn't want to open up that. Hold on. See, yeah, because they talk about it as if it is solely from the Raccoon City. Because it is the Raccoon City syndrome. Let's bring up the wiki. I'm going to give you a little zinc about a latent strain of T-virus that evolved to adapt, evade. Okay, yeah. T-virus. Yeah, okay. Victor Gideon. Fuck you. I guess we won't really know too much until we get more information, which who knows when we'll get that. Because it's talking about the specific T-virus, but from the Raccoon City. Does it actually lead someone to be infected? Yeah. That's why I'm like, okay. Near burning bodies, T-virus. Is this just the case that they were... that they all were actually infected from the incident? Because Sherry, yeah. Yeah, Sherry was. Spring onion. Oh no, I accepted this quest and I have enough time. I was like, wait a minute, this season's about to change. Oh, it's this big chunky. I actually don't remember what food that is, but I don't even know if I have a lot of recipes. Need to be just near the... Yeah, this is why it opens up a lot of questions, because even though it was a T-virus in the mansion incident, which truthfully and honestly would make sense. It would make sense that Chris would be infected, but it is specifically talking about only the survivors from the Raccoon City. But you can also pair that with there weren't really any survivors from the mansion, it was just the team. Only the team survived. So is it just those who came in contact with the T-virus, or it's specifically the T-virus that was in Raccoon City, you know? But also then, I need to deforest. I need to chop down these trees. Is there like... What's the requirements of them getting it? Because technically while you play the game, you do get bitten. Is it through being bitten? Because then they have been infected this whole time. Or is it something of being in the surrounding area from it? I'm gonna go this way and then go around. Looking for leaks. If Wesker hadn't been melted in a volcano, would he have it? Yeah, because then also, what strain of virus did Xeno have? Because he had the same abilities as that bitch. Which is crazy. It's crazy to reuse that stuff, but then it also brings up questions of like, okay, no, my wood fell in the water. brings up a lot of stuff because I don't want to say too much because we haven't gotten to Revelations 2. So I'm like holding my words on like some of that. But then because the Wesker family and that whole shenanigan itself. Oop. Oop. Sorry, I'm trying to hit this tree and I was just missing and I couldn't get it to where a failed clone. Okay. Which then still leads me to more questions about that, because then what the fuck do you mean for that? Why do you want more of him? But then there's a whole dealing with that fan. Do they need anything? I'll give you something nice. What do you need? Carrot juice? Pickled green bean? Don't you worry, sweetie. I will get that. Carrot juice? Pickled green bean. Don't you worry. Coming right up. Just give me a couple days. It must cook. That's horseradish. That sounds like I'm cursing at somebody. That's horseradish. Sounds like I'm calling you a liar. I ain't calling you a liar. That's horseradish. But then, like, yeah, why were they cloning him? Like, what do they have a need to clone him? He was pretty freaking cool, if I do say so myself. Pretty OP, but why do they want to make him again? I made a nice lunch. What did you have for lunch? Oh my god. Do I need to collect? I have a lot of leeks already. I'm gonna keep those ones. Keep. Just kidding. Come out. Gotta keep that. Also, sorry, Gothic. We beat Requiem, and so now we have a lot of questions. We have a lot of questions in our mind. I almost sold my wood. Oh my god. Turkey sandwich and a yogurt, but frick yeah. That sounds so fucking good. I had yogurt for breakfast. It was delicious. What am I having for dinner? I have no clue. I should probably eat a little bit before I go record. I just have to lock myself up in that room upstairs. That sounds really funny and weird. Where's... Oh, I put my kegs down below. If that's cooking, I wonder if... you do both endings? No, I did not do the other ending. I don't know if you guys want to see the other ending, because I can open it up and we can just, like, bust through that ending, because I have a save that was relatively close to the end. I just have to kill some licky boys. You know? The little things. But I also don't want to see Leon get hard. I don't want that. But I would like to see the ending of that. Oh, I should work on the island, but my husband's going to be depressed if I leave him for too long. What's in this one? My extra equipment. And I don't have it fully upgraded. Okay, so he needs 12. Do I need to gather all of them? Well, let's go look-sees. Let's take some look-sees a little more. Let me see if I have anything here. Still early. Nothing. Rock. Rock and stone. Rock and stone. I make these lovely little paths to run on, and I never do. I never do. I go off-roading. Ooh, another one. But yeah, oh, another one. I have so many unnecessary questions. And even if you have an answer to that, then I ask another one on top of it. Like, I have questions for this. I have so... Oh. Hey, so... Oh, the game pauses. I'm not in Community Farm where I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna pass out by doing this. Waiting for you. I forgot about this. I told you to be married. Yeah, I think I know who your daughter is. Can we marry you, please? Please, we want to marry you. Please. Please, I want to marry you, please. That's all we want is to marry you. Please. Did I throw away my... Oh no, I peeled off my nail polish. I can't believe that. Get that ink back. Can't see... I do it myself, but I can't see her again. I need your help. Okay. Dark Talisman. Talk to Kribbish. Oh, I forgot about this. Did we do this in our community? I don't remember. Nope. Bye. Oh, Aye. What the hell did that say? Well, I kind of want to know who the rest of the cast was. Okay. Let's see, any leaks? Any a leak? Okay, we'll see. Ooh, another leak. Oh, and the week is about... Well, if the week resets, we go into... No, there's enough days. There's enough days. What do you have? 6. We have 6. Should be fine. Should be fine. We should be able to find enough. If not, I have plenty in my pockets already. I just need more leaks. I just want more Resident Evil. I want more Resident Evil. I love Resident Evil. I love Resident Evil. I won't lie. I fell asleep watching a video last night, and then it autoplayed to another video. And then it autoplayed to another video. And that video was somebody's full playthrough of Resident Evil. I slept through the whole thing. I didn't see it, but I almost spoiled myself. Also like more Resident Evil. I really want more Resident Evil. Good thing we're playing Resident Evil tomorrow. I do need to make the announcement that it's going to be a little bit later than normal, but that's because doctor's appointment. I must get my teeth checked out. They're going to tell me, do you floss? Like, yes. Kind of. And I mean, like, you need to floss more. You need to floss more. I'm like, fine. Fine, I will floss more. Fine, I shall listen to your recommendations. And possibly floss more. Maybe I should just give him the 6. Maybe 7. I'm going to throw up. I'm not going to. Well, I am a little bit hungry. I don't know, did we just do a 4-hour stream? I did a 4-hour stream yesterday, too. Later than normal? Unacceptable. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your family, dishonor on your cow. Not my cow. It's my cow. What did I say that was later than normal? What did I say that about? What was I talking about? Hey, Moshi. We did not do a 4-hour stream yesterday? How long did I do stream yesterday? No, Monday. Sorry, I forget Tuesday exists. Because I just assume I stream, and then work. Okay. Oh, I didn't give him a kiss. Hold on. Yesterday didn't exist. Also, it's so hot. Yesterday didn't exist. Every time I say yesterday, how was just me the last day that I streamed? Because, like, that. Oh, what did he give me? Oh, thank you. Okay. We rock. Let's start later than normal. Oh, yes. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I really don't know what I said prior. About, like, close to 90. I might be able to do that. Well, second loser, I have a dentist appointment. I can't do anything about it. So stream will be later than normal. Look, my potatoes. I don't really want to plant anything else. Won't lie, no cap. We're gonna pick all these now. So that's gone, and I can have normal plants there. Oh, where's my... Put all that, and we're gonna go put this way. Do that. Put my flowers away, so I have these. I sell those ones. Yeah. Sell them flowers. So this, I think my honey goes in here. Oh, I need to cook something. I don't know if I have it. Smell, it's beautiful. You don't need a dentist. I need them to clean my teethies, though. I do, however, need them to clean them. I like ligament like rolled over the bone. Okay, so I don't think I have what he wants me to make him, so how unfortunate for him. No, I do. Rainbow trout, green algae. Do not have green algae inside. Opened up the same one. I need another fridge, bro. I need another fridge. Okay, so I need green algae. I wonder if my tea leaves. No, because they get like the little... Oh! God, I put that there. Oh, that's my refrigerator. That's what that means. That's my refrigerator. Okay. I'll try. Oh! Oh, that felt awful. Gifts. I have 6, so I have 7 in my pocket, but that's fine. Take this route. And then we check over here, and there's nothing. And then we go down here. We gotta take care of our cows, and that's fine. We pick up our truffles. There's so many truffles. Get in my way. Oopsie. Cook that way too fast. Cow 1. I have so many cows. My ear hurts. Yeah, it makes sense. Your ear's kind of going through it. I think I gotta enclose my cows, but I just haven't. It's too much work. Wahoo! Oh, that's me, Mochi. 1 goats. Don't ask why I keep on pressing that so fast. Because I don't think I am. I think it's just another key that's losing its ability on my keyboard. No cap. No lie. Think it is. Rainbow trout is... Pretty sure it's the river. Can double check. My God. Why is the cow making such a noise? Scary. Excuse me. Pardon me. I was cooking. Truffle. Ooh, I got 4 today? Didn't even realize. That away. Do this and we put that away. Do this, and then we do that, and we do this. And then we do that. And then I cry because my carrot juice is not done. But we can give him... What is this? Pickled green beans. We can pickle the green beans and give it to him. I need to make an obelisk so I can make one to teleport down below. Excuse me, cows. Excuse me, pardon me. There's my little guys. Goodbye, my little guys. Hello, my little guys. Also, I think I do this day and then I end stream, so normal 4 hour. Stream's been shorter, but I have less energy lately. As of late. Ooh, hello. I have less energy. Do you have a rainbow trout? We have a lot of leaks. And I have more. Oh. I got excited. I was like, oh my God, it's the furniture catalog I need. No, it's the JoJo one. I don't want that one. That's not the one I want. I want the Junimo one. That's all we need. That's all we need in community farm too. Do you have any leeks? Any leeks? That's horseradish. Who honked in my ears? Oop. Thank you, Ryu. Hope you're doing well. No horseradish here. I do have music playing, but it's playing so low even I can't hear it, but that's okay. Yeah, my head hurt. Head hurt, but I know why head hurt. Head hurt because I am hungry. And I had coffee. And I hunger. And I would really love some food. My mom made this lemon chicken. Not how you normally make lemon chicken, but yeah. Oh, thank you, Ryu. Thank you. There we go. I was like, I hope it goes off. I want to hear the cat. It just took some time. Why, thank you. Why, thank you. It did make it to go better. That was in English. That was not English. It was not English, but that's okay. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know how hard rainbow trouts are to catch. You're not a rainbow trout. You are a sunfish. Anybody here watch a One Piece live action show? Anybody want to talk about One Piece? I do love One Piece. Can you be rainbow trout? Chub. Chub. I think I started Resident Evil playthrough off stream. I think I'm just gonna play it again on standard. I need to do a lot of stuff in Resident Evil 4. That's a game I actually really do need to play again. Freaking chub. Okay, hold on. I want to try to get this one thing done. Rainbow trout, please tell me. 6 a.m. 7.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
So I'm in the right place. I just need to wait. We'll hydrate. I just had to move my water bottle really fast in front of me. I only need my one hand on the mouse. I don't need my hand on WASD because I'm just gonna stand here. Oh. Oh, I still got it. I think this is a chub. Nope, sunfish. $5. Sunfish it is. I wanted to stream longer today, but I know I have things to get done. I kind of miss streaming at night. Fucking sunfish, bro. Fuck off. Okay, we're gonna go over there and fish. Let's see. I don't think anything new has spawned. Yeah, let's just go over here. We'll fish over here. Excuse me. Pardon me. And then we're gonna plop ourselves. I wanna plop ourselves right here. Bonk. Oh. Who left their green algae there? Not me, right? Not me. I think I walked way too fast past it. Oh no, my tummy grungles. My tummy grungles? That wasn't English. You're not a rainbow trout. Are you? No, you're a geode. I just wish to have a rainbow trout in my pocket. And then I'll be happy to see y'all, you know? The new patch for my work shirts? Frick yeah! We love new patches! I love Resident Evil, Charlie! I love Resident Evil! Why can't I find a rainbow trout? It's still within the time limit of which I need. Am I in the right season? Hold on, I didn't check that crucial information. Okay, I will look at that in mere moments because I'm about to tab out of this game again. I think my escape. It's summer. I'm not in the right season. I'm in spring. So I'm gonna stop fishing and go back on my search for leaks. I was too dedicated to the cause. Too dedicated to the cause. It's gonna be the last day anyways in the night stream, so it's okay. I wanted to do a little bit more, but I'm like, no, I am really hungry. I need to go film. I am the perfect type of exhaust. Perfect type. Oh, I should go drop off stuff over at house. I need to, I need to be careful. Kitchen, excuse me. Oh my god, please, thank you. Okay, you have 7. I can't find the rest. I will just bring more from my supply of leeks. Oh, the bookseller. Okay, Georgia Mart. I forgot I demolished them. I forgot I took them out of... No more Joja Mart here. Not allowed. Would love to do a Joja Mart run. Buy books. Way of the Wind. I do have a lot of money. Oop. I wanted to go to this. Nope. Oh. Mastery. I didn't know I was all the way up there. Oh. I didn't know I had this. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind because that's... Do 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 do. No, I don't really want any of those books. Worms. It's actually just a plant, but you know, it's close enough to worms. Oh, I was supposed to tab out and look at that picture. Oh, my wife messaged me. I quite like that. I quite like that a lot. It's quite nice. Quite nice indeed. I can finally watch that Resident Evil video I really want. I can finally watch people play Resident Evil and enjoy watching people play Resident Evil. Dude, there's some clips that I have of B where she's gonna come over again and play some Resident Evil and I'm gonna actually properly record it this time. Because holy shit, it was so funny. It was such a fun time. And it's so fun actually getting to watch somebody play the Resident Evil rather than like just playing it myself. Like I love it. But damn, did I feel really mean sometimes. I'm like, what are you doing? Just do this. I'm like, just run. It's fine. Oh my god. Shiny. Diamonds. Oh my good heavens. Actually, I do need a lot of coal. I forgot we have an actual like thing here. It's not just trees. There we go. Okay. Bus stop. It was a short little Stardew Farm session, and I think that's perfectly fine. Boop. What else should I put in you? Nothing. You go with this and this, this and this. Then you take... Oh, do my fish go up here? Or this my fish? Oh, do I have a rainbow trout? I still don't have a rainbow trout. How unfortunate. I forgot I separated them. No, shrimp go there. Shrimp go there. This is all my fish section. I have a lot of fish. I should smoke them. Oh, that one's smoked. I have a lot of fish. Wow. Actually, I need to bring that inside. here? Yes. Just heard something hit something. Queen of the sauce. Radish salad. Hell yeah. I need pumpkin pickled eggplant. Oh my god. My escape button spazzing is gonna make me flip. Gonna lose my shit. Okay, well the algae is gonna stay in my pocket. My house isn't poorly decorated. Oop. No. She's sleeping. Okay. That's gonna be it for starter today, and that's gonna be it for stream, and I think that's perfectly fine. Yeah, I just have things to do. I also just, I feel like I need to cry, you know? Like, no complete reason. I just want to play more Resident Evil. As good. I can't speak. I cannot speak. Oh my good heavens. I need Teto to bring my mood up. We need Teto to save us. Teto, instead of Mr. Worldwide, Teto Worldwide. Can we do that? Teto Worldwide? Teto Worldwide, Teto Worldwide. I would love Teto Worldwide. I'm gonna close that so I remember to look at that right now. Thank you all. We had a good gaming day because we beat Resident Evil Requiem, and that's all that fucking mattered. I finally can watch all the fucking videos about Resident Evil now. I can watch all my lore things. Contact that is remaking Mass Effect. What is if he's all the characters? Or in one he points to Saren saying, Saren, I lost one of my men because of you. I will strangle each one of your spirits you pray to just so I can get my hands on you. Oh my god. I love that. I love that a lot. I love that a lot. A lot. I just punched you guys. I'm sorry. I just punched you guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyways, yeah. I guess I'm gonna go. I don't know. I hate doing short streams now, but it's so hot here, bro. It's fucking almost 100 degrees that I don't think I can afford if I stream during the day to stream for a super long time. Because it just gets so fucking warm. But anyways, I love you all. I'm trying to take this part. Okay. I couldn't get that. I love you all. Bye-bye from here. I also do need to eat. I do have a bit of a headache. I learned my lesson. When I have headache, I need to eat. Simply, that is what happened. Anyways, I love you all. Resident Evil tomorrow. I'll make the announcement tomorrow in the morning to let you know. It'll be a little bit later. I don't know how much later. I'm gonna give myself some time. But I love you all. I'll see you all tomorrow still at some point. Other than that, please take care and have a good rest of your day, everybody. Bye-bye.